That was fun. The music you want.
Hello, hello. This is Roy. Ready for liftoff. Yo, welcome in, everyone. I feel like it's been so long. I think I've been streaming, but it's been a lot of collabs, so it's nice to bark. Guys, I'm gonna be kind of honest. Ooh, after Elio taught me how to bark, maybe a little addicting. Anyways, no barks for today, because we're serious today, Starpies. We're gonna be focusing on V-Gala behind the scenes. Yippee! Do it now. It'll be like $50K dollars. Yeah, that's right, dollars for the bark. Yes, welcome in, everyone. Okay, let me do two things first. I have to reset my camera because I'm looking to the right for whatever reason. And then okay, and then I had to say hellos. Because I feel like it's been a while since I've been able to say hellos as well. Leo Valerain, the one and only. If you're still here, welcome in. Also, does my audio sound weird? Because it sounds weird to me, but maybe just because my headphones broke and I had to get new ones, and that was really sad. But it's okay. Okay. Toast, welcome in. T, welcome in. Dark Side, welcome in. Koki, welcome in. Nash, welcome in. Akane, welcome in. Issa Cap. Wait, I don't think I said that correctly, but welcome in. Just another fan, K. Welcome. Semi, welcome in. Corin, welcome. Red Ryle, welcome in. Lulu, ABC, welcome in. Conchuvi, welcome in. Oh my gosh, Conchuvi, your little heart badge makes me so happy. Riska, welcome in. Yo, Nariko, welcome. And Vistera, welcome in as well. And if I did miss anyone, I apologize, but also welcome in. Thank you for the heart reacts, by the way. I hope everyone is excited. Oh, Intern, by the way, welcome in. Yo, Intern. Intern's doing a watch launch. Shout out to anyone from Intern stream if you've already started the watch launch. So not enough for the cat ears toggle. Yeah. Sorry. My redeems are a little pricey, you know. You gotta be here for a while. But yeah, I'm so excited to see a lot of folks from VSiv here. I hope you guys are excited. Elusive's welcome in. Ryle, it's pronounced. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I actually didn't know that. V-Gala mentioned. Oh my gosh, Elio Cario. Welcome, welcome. Elio, you're not allowed to stream while I'm streaming because then I'm gonna miss it. I'm kidding. So excited to find out what happened behind the scenes. Oh my gosh, is that Laurel VT, a creator of the Polar Research Facility? Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? I'm doing pretty good today. Oh my gosh, I was are you? What the? Let's go. What the heck? Actually, what the heck? What the heck? Risco, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Oh my gosh, what the heck? If you got gifted, make sure to thank Risco. But what I really appreciate it, Risco. But Yar, I hope everyone is doing today. I hope everyone is doing well today. So I've been so busy like the past week. Things keep happening, Star Peas. And I didn't really have time to prepare for this stream until like 2 hours ago. And then I got distracted, but I prepared for at least like an hour and I was just writing notes down for what to talk about. And oh my gosh, this might be a long one, Star Piece, so buckle in. I've already decided to split like the behind the scenes streams into 2 different streams, but I might add a third extra one. We'll see how far we get today because oh my gosh, there's a lot to go through. But yeah, first off, I want to give a huge shout out to all the staff that worked on V-Civ and V-Gala because none of this would have happened without them, and they contributed to so much. So even though I'm the one hosting kind of the, I guess, official behind the scenes stream, you know, truly it's everyone's hard work that I'll try my best to show off. I know a lot of these staff already did their own kind of behind the scenes streams or like thoughts kind of streams. I recently finished watching Laurel's. It was very good. Big announcement about V-Civ 3 at the end, by the way. So really highly recommend checking that out. Her VOD is on YouTube. I would shout out her YouTube channel, but I don't remember what it is. But yeah, I highly recommend watching all of these staff streams. Big V-Civ 3 leaks, yeah, huge. I actually had to reprimand Laurel for it. Yeah. We had a little discussion. I'm kidding. That's so mean? Why does that mean? BTS stream for each day of the event. So that's tomorrow. That was tomorrow's plan. So today is gonna be more focused on kind of the planning and making of V-Gala. Also, Bones Keeper, welcome in. And then tomorrow will be more of a recap kind of stream about like how things actually played out during the event. Oh my gosh, there's no BGM. I was like, something is wrong. There you go. Which doesn't really matter too much because we'll be yo Tata, welcome in. Because we'll be moving to Minecraft very soon. I don't have any slides prepared or anything, so we'll just kind of be like vibes. I'll give you a tour of the server, Starfies. But yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I recently ran a very large 300 player Minecraft event. Like, that's insane. We actually had over oh, oh my gosh, my voice is kind of dead too. But we actually had, I think, maybe around 350 players total accepted, more than that probably. But I think I haven't done the counting yet, but I think probably roughly around 300 players actually ended up joining. So I'll just say 300 player Minecraft event, but very large scale, as you can imagine. I was gonna do that. Well, that means you can save your points for next time. Wait. Oh my gosh, did Elio steal my meowing skills? Wait. I think it just sounds weird because I have my earbuds in instead of my headphones. Lock in. Anyways, oh my gosh. I have like low-key a hit tweet that is in my draft about that stream. And then we all cheered. Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. Please cheer during the V-Gala BTS stream as well, by the way. Oh my gosh, like truly, I cannot emphasize enough how hard we worked on this. Like, it was low-key kind of insane. But yeah, I think we'll start with just, you know, the very start, back when it was low-key just kind of me. This was the end of V Island, and I think it was literally like the night after V Island. Yo, Zai, welcome in. I had already started thinking about the next event. I mean, low key, I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas in my head. I always have stars in my eyes, and I think I've been kind of thinking about just, you know, a lot of different Minecraft events in general, but one idea that really stuck with me was V-Gala has caused so many people to call me Risco. I get it. That's me and Milk after adventure. Posted now, nah. You gotta wait. It's your like, I don't know, like departing tweet. I don't have enough creativity to like come up with a different tweet, like when you like actually just go away. But Yar. So one idea that I thought would be really fun is kind of what ended up being the main, I'd say, kind of gimmick of V-Gala, and that's players disappearing. I just kept imagining scenarios in my head where it's like you're like with a friend and you're like, I don't know, you're like sorting items at home or something, and then like your friend goes to the attic and you're just like sorting items and you're like, hey friend, did we have any like wood left? And then your friend doesn't answer and you're like, oh, okay, they hate me. And then like, you know, you keep sorting and you're like, where like, did they AFK? So you go up and they're just gone. And like low key, I feel like that would never really happen because like people just get distracted too easily and like no one will actually notice that the friend like physically disappeared. But that was kind of the start of the idea, just like people disappearing, and then it's like even if they don't notice like right away, it's just like, where did they go? Like, no, you just like, people are just like suddenly not there. There's just like the population is just like feels like it's decreasing, which like low-key people will probably just think like the server's dying, but but yeah, that was kind of the original idea. I really liked the idea of like disappearing. And on top of that, as a huge murder mystery fan, I have pretty much read like every single Agatha Christie book out there. I'm a giant mystery fan. I really wanted to do like a mystery themed event. And so Act 2, which was actually previously stylized as Act _, to kind of hint at it being mystery themed. I don't even remember how I started that sentence. I'm not going to complete it. But yeah, I think also originally it was meant to be a more like a Hamptons murder mystery specifically. I don't know why Hamptons. I think it was because I think that was maybe around the time I was watching The Summer I Turned Pretty ? I think that's the name, which takes place in the Hamptons, and I've always really liked just like Hamptons murder mysteries. I can't think of any like specific shows. I keep thinking of like Revenge from ABC from like way back when, but that low-key wasn't really a murder mystery. But I don't know, I just thought like a kind of high-end rich person murder mystery would be like the vibe, which I think like we didn't quite go for Hamptons necessarily, but I do think like we succeeded in having a very like high class rich person vibe. Perfect couple. I'm gonna add that to my list because I'm always looking for new murder mystery shows. I really liked one. It wasn't in the Hamptons. It was actually on the other side of the coast, but there was like a Santa Monica ? It was like a California murder mystery that was really good. It was like Perfect Liars or something. It had like liar in the name. It was really good. I think I was also kind of inspired by that. That's probably the best example. I really liked what's its name? Sorry, this is a bit of a tangent. I liked bit of a tangent, but I feel like it's important, you know, to know a little bit about like the mind behind V-Gala and kind of what kind of inspired me growing up. I really liked Desperate Housewives a lot too. Another show about like rich people killing each other. But yeah, we didn't quite end up on like that kind of vibe. I feel like I was kind of thinking of something a little more modern almost, and things felt like a little less modern, a little more like almost like, I don't know, masquerade ball versus like a socialite gathering of the present. What did I come into Desperate Housewives? Yes, Desperate Housewives was indeed an inspiration for V-Gala. I think like a very back of the mind, what's the word, like subconscious inspiration. I don't think we ever like actually referenced Desperate Housewives, but like, you know, Desperate Housewives was part of the journey that led me to decide that I wanted to do a murder mystery themed Minecraft event. Ravid, welcome in. I think I've mentioned this, and Laura also mentioned this in her stream, but if anyone is curious about the perpetrator of the nuke underneath the museum, under the museum myth that happened during the event, we have them right here in the chat right now. The cap went, oh my gosh. That was the stream. Ghost Cop, welcome in. My favorite ticket. I think my favorite ticket might have been the one that reported you. But yeah, let me go back to my notes because I kind of lost them. Yeah, so that was the original original idea. I always knew I wanted it to have disappearances, and I wanted it to be mystery themed and to be very specifically like rich person mystery themed, which I do think, you know, the event ended up being all of those. As for kind of the actual process of creating such an event, this was my first time having a staff team, and I definitely learned a lot from that. It was pretty crazy. It's actually kind of funny. At work, recently-ish, my manager offered me, not offered, but like kind of implied that I could like potentially get a more managey position, and he was like describing it, and I was like, I already know. I already get it because I've been managing this Minecraft event. But I'm very happy with the staff team, which I feel like feels kind of weird to say, but I think it's like, you know, since it's the first time we had this kind of event, or I guess rather, since this is the first time BSIF has ever had a staff team, Toastar, welcome in. It always felt, at least at the beginning, very scary for me because I didn't know how well everyone would get along with each other. Because I think that's very important in a staff team, especially one that's kind of volunteer based, is that everyone, you know, needs to actually enjoy their time and want to do what they're doing. But I was very, very happy that I feel like we all got along very well, and working on staff was a lot of fun. It made me really happy, honestly, watching Laurel's behind the scenes stream, because she talked about how she thought the vibes was good and she enjoyed her time on staff, because that was a worry as well, that I think really for a lot of us it was our first time working on an event like this, and I was also scared like people would get burnt out, and I do think, you know, just admittedly that there was some burnout, but I was scared people would get burnt out, or they just like hate their time here and wouldn't would kind of just like not do things anymore. But no, everyone was very hardworking, very supportive of each other. We all like, you know, filled in for each other when when our own lives got busy and stuff like that. And just like, you know, hanging out in calls, working on things together was a lot of fun, and I'm very grateful for that. I feel very, very lucky that things worked out that way. But it was still a big learning experience for me in terms of like being kind of a boss and managing a lot of people. We had a lot of separate teams. Yo, Barry, or rather JJ. Oh my gosh, I always think of you as Barry God because of the island. But JJ, welcome in. I'm so sad you had to miss V-Gala. But next time. But yeah, I decided to split the staff into different teams. So honestly, like I'd say for like a big part of the event, most of the staff are pretty siloed into their different teams. Like moderators usually talk with like the set designers, and set designers usually talk with the tech team at all. At least for the beginning of the event. Definitely during like crunch week, a lot of our roles started overlapping. We would just kind of fill in as needed, but yeah. We also had a kind of team that everyone was allowed to just join if they wanted to, called event planning, which was low-key a mistake because the original intent of having a separate team for event planning was so that like if someone on staff just wanted to participate in the event as a normal player, they could, and then they wouldn't be spoiled. But like, oh my gosh, it was high-key very hard, like trying to keep secrets from like staff. Trying not to spoil staff when like they were the ones working on things. Like, oh my gosh, like trying to hide the Black Swan world from the build team was like, ooh. It honestly worked out like not too bad because we were just being like, oh yeah, we're just gonna make the city like look really nice, and it's just gonna happen to have like buildings you could go into, even though like, you know, we're only gonna use it for the opening and like and like, you know. And I think some of the build team like put two and two together, but oh my gosh, I think in future events, definitely I'm gonna have a disclaimer that you're just signing up for spoilers, because that was just really really hard to work around. Yippee! You're always fun to hear. What the heck? That's so nice, Videosity. Welcome in. But yeah, I think really the start of the event was all kind of event planning. So kind of the timeline I had in mind was the first few months would just be event planning to finalize the details of the event, and then afterwards, you know, once things are final, I'll kind of give things to the other teams to work on. Specifically, like I would start giving the build teams like the structures and everything to work on, and then I would ask the tech team to make any mods or anything, or like find any plugins that we needed, and so on. So really kind of like the sequence of events was like event planning, followed by building, which was closely followed by starting to work with the tech team. And then closer to the event, the moderator team started meeting to like talk about rules and stuff. And then also we had like a kind of marketing team. It was really just me and the ADs, which huge shout out to the assistant directors, by the way. So that was kind of like the flex role. If you're curious what the assistant directors, Ari and James did, they did everything. Pretty much like if I had something I needed them to do, like I just was like, can you do it? And they're like, yes. And I was like, yippee. So the marketing team was them, and then also Laurel was part of marketing as well, because Laurel mentioned that in her application, even though we didn't have like an official marketing application. How much detail did you give the build team, or was it this is what we need, go ham? It kind of depended. It definitely depended on the build. I think some builds we had less formal instructions and more just like images like and vibes, and some we definitely had stuff like, okay, we need like this exact thing right here, or like build around this puzzle. So definitely depended on the build. I wrote one email. Wait, I'm kind of curious. So as part of marketing, we like had like specific people we reached out to that were either like experienced with like roleplay events, or just like in general like good role players. Because one thing we wanted to do with V-Gala compared to V-Island was elevate kind of the roleplay. And I wanted to just have like a few folks that were very familiar with role playing, just to act almost as role models. Is there a place we can send questions? I'll have a questions portion at the end, but if you have any questions relevant to what I'm talking about, feel free to just ask here. But yeah, I will have a questions section. Hopefully. I say hopefully because I'm not sure if we'll have it today, but we'll definitely have one either today or tomorrow. Yar, so things kind of started with event planning. I think the first kind of funny thing that was finalized out of everything was the event emoji, and what ended up becoming like a huge theme of the event actually. But I think this might have only been with the assistant directors when I first met with them, but I was like just showing them the Google Drive I had made, and I always label all our folders with emojis because I don't know, I'm like an emoji person. I have all my like OBS scenes like emoji labeled, and I don't know, I have even like my professional like work email is like emoji labeled. I live by emojis. So I was just memeing almost like I'm just gonna make the like placeholder emoji for V-Gala. It wasn't called V-Gala at the time, it's still Act 2. For Act 2, yo, Sugar, welcome in, welcome in. A swan emoji because it's the shape of a 2. and then Ari and Jin was like, oh yeah, let's just do that. And I was like, oh, okay. And then that's how we ended up with the swan emoji because it's the shape of a 2 and it's Act 2. that's why. That's why the event ended up being swan themed. I definitely didn't mean for it to be swan themed, but yeah, we did end up deciding pretty early on that the swan would at least be the symbol. I didn't expect even then that the swan would be such like a integral part of the event, but I think what ended up happening was after that meeting, James was like super motivated, and he did a lot of research about swans, and he had like this notes page just about like swans and like different swan related things, and I think we all took a lot of inspiration from that page, which is why a lot of our things ended up being swan themed or revolving around swans. Let's see. Otherwise, our event meetings, we kind of split into just talking about different subjects, and the first thing we talked about was how to get to the island, because I knew I wanted it to be like about rich people, but I was like, how are we gonna like explain a bunch of rich people just suddenly becoming stranded on this mysterious island, right? Like we could do the plane thing again, but then it's like, nah, because we gotta be creative. So I don't know who, but I think we ended up deciding like it'd be some kind of party that there's like these rich people are invited to that gets transported to the island. And I think it was maybe Laurel actually that suggested specifically something like the Met Gala, which I really like the idea of. And that's also how the museum came to be, because kind of in researching the Met Gala, which was a huge inspiration for this event, you know, we very quickly learned that it took place in a museum, in the Metropolitan Museum, which is where the Met Gala comes from, or like the Met in the Met Gala comes from. And so that's what led us to make the museum, and what led to the museum being such a, kind of ended up being such a central part of the event. Met Gala, my beloved, yeah. It was honestly, I want to say something that was really cool throughout this event was just kind of learning more about the staff. Like I didn't realize at the time. I hope I'm not doxing you, because I'm pretty sure you talked about this on stream before, but Laurel does like fashion stuff, IRL, and the Met Gala is very like fashion focused because it's very specifically a fundraiser for like the Costume Institute of the Metropolitan Museum. And so Laurel was, I think, following the Met Gala pretty closely at the time. And I think, I don't know, just like learning about like everyone's different kind of specialties in a way. And just seeing like everyone contribute their own knowledge about things to the event was so cool and so fun. Yeah, so you all have Laurel to thank for the museum, basically, is what I'm saying. So I think we all definitely pitched in. And then of course with the swan theming, we actually struggled with the name of the museum quite a bit. Yo, Katie, welcome in, welcome in. Katie, Dawn of the Black Feather Mafia in my chat. That's kind of scary, honestly. But yeah, we ended up landing with, I think, the Sinye? The Sinya. Okay, I can't pronounce it. I really should have learned how to pronounce it. I even had Akane, like, give me lessons, and then, yes! Did I do it? Okay, okay. Well, I'm never gonna say it again, because I don't think I could recreate that, but yeah, huge shout out to Akane, and also James for, I think, that name. Perfect pronunciation on the second one? Oh my gosh, maybe I'm actually French. I'm gonna be honest, Akane, I kind of thought about you the whole time we decided on that name, because I was like, okay, we have to learn how to pronounce it, or else Akane is gonna like get on our case. But yeah, that word actually means swan in French. I was calling it the wrong name the whole time. I actually really liked it because it kind of sounds like scene, and so the kind of caption of V-Gala was disappearance at the scene, because it's like at the museum, but then it's like at the scene, like the scene of the crime. But Yar, that's kind of how that came to be. I'm actually gonna head into Minecraft now and give y'all kind of a visual now, because I feel bad forcing y'all to look at my face. Though actually, I think that's kind of a good thing. But okay, one of these is gonna dox me, another one is not. So I have to make sure I click on the right scene. I think it's you. Okay. Welcome in. So this is the wait. I don't have a way to look at chat. I just realized. Give me 1 second. Do you dox yourself? Why? Why? Why do you want to know, Nash? What are you going to do with that information? One doxes, one doesn't. 50-50 goes crazy. It's because one of my scenes points to my monitor, which I'm using for my notes, and that just has like everything. Because I decided to put my notes in my like IRL notes page. On my, I think I have all my my like mileage. How do I get down here? My like airline reward accounts there. Okay. Yar, so this is the museum. Honestly, okay, here I'm gonna move to the build server for this, cause I want y'all to see the museum in its original glory. Which I don't have teleports here, but that's okay, because James made this amazing teleport system. This is the build server, by the way. So we had like a bunch of different servers for the event. RIP my wallet. I think we had like 4, 5. We had 5 total servers. I'm not gonna think about it. Anyways, we had the build server, which was the first server, and then what came later is we had a test server for like a little more advanced testing, and then we had the main server with the island, and then we had the dead player server. Rental boy, welcome in. And then we also had a we had another server that linked the main server and the dead player server, so that once you died, you automatically went to the dead player server instead of having to put a different IP. Okay, so I think this is where the museum is. This isn't the final museum, because we did make some changes like just on the map, but it's pretty close to the final museum. So let me look at my notes. Yeah, so one of the first things we decided on was the opening cutscene very specifically. And I hope y'all enjoyed it because oh my gosh, that ended up being so much harder to do than I expected. Also, Jenna Pancakes, welcome in. Museum generally had me in awe. Yes, the museum was oh my gosh, like actually so peak. I was actually really worried because when I looked up like inspiration pictures for the museum, I did not see a single like good Minecraft museum for inspo, but like this is it. Like I think this is high-key like the best museum build in Minecraft ever. It's actually so nice. And it really worked perfectly, like I think the layout for the gala as well, like this like huge open space, which also ended up being the final boss fight arena. But then like a lot of different nooks you could go into and areas to like hide and explore in. Huge shout out for the build team for this. The world looks really amazing. Yeah, the whole honestly like pretty much like every single build for V-Gala was pretty peak. Oh yeah, this like for example was definitely broken for the final build. But yeah, so for those of you who weren't here, what happened during the opening of the museum, I'm sorry I can't show it. Maybe I'll show it tomorrow, but what we had planned for our opening was that we would have like a gala section. That was really important for us, was having the gala section as part of the event. Sunkoi, welcome in. Because we really wanted to make sure that players had time to actually experience the gala, which is why we started the event like in a way 30 minutes early. Like the first 30 minutes, like there was nothing to do except like walk around and talk to people in the gala. Ivy, welcome in. The bill looks so pretty, right? Thank you. But yeah, we definitely wanted to make sure the museum was big as well because it would fit 300 people. I kept going back and forth between thinking the museum was too big and thinking the museum was too small. I don't really know how I feel like even now. On one hand, like I wanted the museum to be a very central point of the whole event, and I didn't want like it to feel like a chore to have to run like back and forth like across the museum, because like it takes like I think like a good maybe minute to just like go from one end of the museum to the next, which like doesn't sound too bad, but just like knowing how patient, or knowing rather the lack of patience that streamers have, I was kind of worried people would get annoyed by that, but I don't think it was too big of a deal. I think it maybe ended up being a little too small because I know it's very noisy. I think just specifically like the voice vault like range was very kind of high for like indoor space, but I think this ended up being a pretty suitable size. We did originally always have the contingency plan, and we did end up executing it, of having the outside park area be open as well, like in case it got too loud or people got like overstimulated. We were going to open this outside section up, which we did end up doing. By the way, I hope the BGM sounds okay. It's very quiet for me, but I think it should be a okay volume for you all. If it's too loud though, or too quiet, let me know. Oh my gosh, random fun fact. We had I forget what mod broke it exactly, but very specifically in the final server, somehow something broke our ability to climb upstairs. Specifically like if like we could climb up these kind of stairs just like normal like half slabs, but if there was a carpet on a half slab, like there was no way to climb up it. It was in, oh my gosh, like that was the biggest mystery. Loki, that like kind of stressed me out a lot, but we managed to fix it. Oh, we kept running into like so many just like weird issues, but I think we managed to get around most of them. Oh wait, sorry, I keep getting distracted, but yeah, so the opening cutscene was pretty insane. So I didn't think it was that simple when I came up, or like that complicated when I came up with it, but we ended up like needing like a bunch of rehearsals for it, and we had like a whole script and everything. And oh my gosh, I felt like an actual actor, even though I was like basically almost a stagehand for it. But what happened during the opening sequence was it would begin with me giving a speech, as I did during the island. This would be more of an out of character speech to just kind of remind people of the rules and stuff. And that would be followed by Ari Corvus's speech, who played the museum director, who would kind of introduce the museum, and that would be kind of the beginning of things. And also the beginning of kind of the murder mystery plot, which one thing I do want to say is that I personally never intended the murder mystery to be a very pivotal part of the event. It was always meant to be kind of like a side story almost, or like even like a red herring. It's really funny when the teasers for V-Gala first released. I made very sure to never call it a murder mystery, but a lot of people ended up calling it a murder mystery anyways, which was fine. But the murder mystery was never meant to be like a key part of the event. Really, it was meant to just almost like tide players over until the disappearances started happening. We were very, very intentional about like our timeline for the event and like what players would be kind of like focusing on or like panicking about at the start, or like during each day of the event. So day one of the event, the plan was like people would just be like, one, focusing on survival, but two, kind of the side thing to like plot lore wise that they would be worried about is the serial killer and the the murder mystery that did happen in front of their eyes. But then quickly by day 2 or by day 3, like the murder mystery would be kind of swept to the background, and the real mystery would be the disappearances. Was PvP turned off for everyone else except Ari and the murders? It was, yes. And the murders actually, rather than PvP being turned off, what it was everyone was invincible aside from Ari. Which it was actually kind of stressful to get that set up because we had to do like something very specific to make sure Ari like could be hit. I don't know. World Guard low-key, ooh. Kind of rough, a little buggy. So we had to like kind of work around that. Just the concept of this kind of server being out of Gala gives murder mystery vibes to me. Yes, that was also kind of the intent, was to like kind of like mislead players into thinking like the murder mystery would be the big thing, so that like when the disappearances started happening, it would be more, I guess, surprising in a way. Honestly, I think it would have been nice if this event could have been more murder mystery focused, but that really wasn't an option, just because one, serial killers are not reliable. Not that I didn't trust any of the serial killers of the event, but just with the experience of the island and just like having such an important role be given to someone that you can't necessarily like know everything about, it's just kind of risky, and so it was difficult. Or rather, I just didn't want to make serial killers the main focus of the event because it would just be too risky to do that, because very easily it's like the serial killers could all like die day 1, or maybe they could even just get like sick, and then they wouldn't be able to like log in, and then it's like, okay, what now? So it was really important to me that the murder mystery was like only a side piece and treated as a side piece and not treated as kind of the main part of the event. But I did still want it to happen, because I think, that was kind of the expectation, was like there would be a murder. And it did still add like a little bit of like intrigue, especially during the first few days where you're like who can I trust, and trying to figure out who the serial killers were. And we did still make the serial killers a pretty important part of the story. Like, you did have to figure out who the serial killers were, in order to like kind of beat the plot, so to say. What else was I gonna say about serial killers? But yeah, I think a serial killer focused event could be nice potentially, but it's just really rough, especially with 300 players. Oh, and the other part that really made me hesitate making the event actually like a murder mystery is that it honestly really sucks to like die during a civ event. I think a lot of players underestimate how much it sucks. Like I feel like everyone always wants a more kind of intense, higher stakes event until they get killed, and then it's like, oh, actually this event kind of sucks. So I really learned from both V Island and V-Gala that it's like it's very, very risky to have any feature of the event focus on players dying or being killed, because whoever ends up being killed is not going to have a good time. So it's I know like in theory it sounds really fun, but if you're the first one killed by a serial killer, like you're no. you will think otherwise very quickly. So that's also a big reason why I didn't want the murder mystery to be a central part, and instead we did something a lot safer, which was the disappearances. So people were like pretty much like essentially dying because they'd like be gone, but they'd still be alive and still be able to do stuff. So that was a really big piece of kind of deciding this event for me, was making sure like that the central element was something that wouldn't just kill everyone. Draco, welcome in. Okay, but back to the opening cutscene. So Ari Corvus would give her speech, and this is I think when things started getting complicated. So as Ari gave her speech, she would announce the unveiling of the special exhibit, which I don't think is here because I don't think we have the swan statue on the build server. But this was actually kind of a part that we were a little worried about. I know James especially was extremely worried about this, that as Ari was giving her speech, we would open this up and we would have a whole like separate almost cutscene, like mini cutscene in a cutscene in this area, where the statue would be unveiled, and then after it would be unveiled, it would break, and then everyone would see it break. And that would kind of hint at the statue, one being like different parts, and then two, it would also kind of like show like, you know, like maybe something's up with the statue. And so what we were worried about was that just like everyone would be gathered at the front here to watch Ari's speech, and no one would actually be back here to witness the thing open. But I think it actually turned out the other way around, where there were like more people here low-key than at the front. Kind of like what I kept saying was like we would just like keep like telling people to be here. We'd be like, oh, do you want to know some like insider information? Like we could be here for like the thing. And then a lot of people did end up actually being here, which was nice. I think we had a good balance, and it was actually very nice to have so many people here or at the special exhibit rather than at the entrance where the speech was happening, because the next piece of it was after the swan broke, we had Yomi and the security guards. It's lagging like crazy. Okay, so Minecraft hates me. Are you still able to hear me, by the way? Okay. I actually know how to fix this, and that's turning shaders off. Alright. Let me just do. I don't know. Hopefully this is better, question mark? Just visual lag? Okay. My words are probably the most important part anyways. But hopefully it's better. If it lags again, let me know. Okay. So special exhibit there. Main kind of speech happening here. And One thing that was very important for us is we needed to make sure that this area around Eri was actually clear for the speech for what would happen next. So what we had was actually we asked Yomi and the security guards that like the museum staff, so actual players, which was another risk. But we did select all like the museum staff pretty carefully, and I definitely trusted all the museum staff that ended up being security guards. Yo, Anakin, welcome in. I feel like I did not pronounce that correctly, but welcome. But they were originally here to guard the area so that no one would be up here, which very like kindly everyone followed their directions and no one was up here for the speech. Like I was very scared of that like people would like just be nosy and be like, I want to watch the speech from like here, or like one or two people would be fine, but like I didn't want like everyone to be up here because that would make it very difficult for the next thing. So I'm very happy people were mostly like down here for the speech, because like there was truly nothing stopping from someone from just like jumping over the fence and just like watching the speech from like over here. Especially after the next part where once the statue broke, James would teams Yomi, and then Yomi would make an announcement to all the security guards to like go to the statue. Or first Yomi I think would whisper in Eri's ear. They would talk about the key, which was like the first time like Eri having like a kind of master key of the museum would be mentioned. And then Yomi would bring all the security guards to the swan statue, which was also very important, making sure that no one was here at all for the next part, because the next part the lights would go out, which I did, by the way. Oh my gosh, it's lagging again. I think maybe it's because I'm just flying around. Let me see what I have. Let me close you. I'll close you. Okay. Okay, yeah. I don't know why. What is that? Wait. What the heck is that on my screen? Do you see that? The mountain? Oh my gosh, wait. Any of you know? I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to... Okay. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Very good. There we go. Fugi reactive. Yeah, it was the Fugi. Okay, hopefully it's fine now. Maybe I'm just flying around too quickly. Where was I? So the lights would go out, and I think what was really fun, and which I'm very happy we did this. This was like a really big risk, I think. Sorry, I feel like I'm gonna talk about like risks a lot during this event, but that's like what kept going through my mind, was just like, how can things like not go to plan? I think it's very good that I thought about that, because I feel like most things ended up going to plan because we accounted for a lot of different scenarios. But we actually had the serial killers go up and actually have a competition to murder Eri. So that was all organic, which I think was really, really cool that we were able to do. Because again, that's like super risky. Like if they get found out, then it's like the whole murder mystery plot just kind of low-key goes out the door. But I'm glad we did it, and I think it's just really cool because it like not only was cool for the serial killers that they, you know, actually don't just have like a scripted kill, they have like an actual, not only do they have to like fight to get up here, but they also have to make sure that they aren't seen in the process, because everyone was given blindness, but like blindness doesn't like fully, you know, blind you. You're still able to see a little bit around you, and you're still able to hear people and everything. And so it still was like a little bit of a risk for them to go up here and end up killing Eri, especially because Eri ended up actually falling down, which was something I was worried about, was that like there'd be like a million people in the fountain for whatever reason, and then like the killer would like knock Eri into the fountain, and then Eri would be like in the fountain, like surrounded by like 20 million people. and then the serial killer would have to drop into the crowd and then kill her, and then everyone would know. But luckily no one was in the fountain, so so the killer got away. I'm actually pretty surprised. I don't know. I was low-key like expecting like the killer to just get caught, but it worked. It worked out. And I think that was really cool, that whole like sequence could just be very organic, and like truly, like if you wanted to, like you could have like made your way up the stairs and like went up to Eri and just like witnessed it for yourself. Like that was definitely possible to do. So I don't know, I thought that was cool, that we were able to do something like that, like truly like a mystery you could solve. I had the chance to move. Did my way upstairs until I heard screaming. Yeah, I think the chaos, that's something I kind of was counting on, was that the whole thing would be very chaotic. And guys, why is my computer dying? Give me 1 second. I'll just have to disable shaders for now, which sucks because I actually don't even know what the museum looks without shaders. Hopefully this is better. We got framed. I guess I can talk about this a little bit, but that kind of reminds me, a lot of folks from a lot of different groups, including the Blackfeather Mafia, applied to be serial killers, but I'll just kind of say it now that one thing we kind of looked at when deciding on serial killers was whether or not they were part of a pre-existing group, and if they were part of a group, that highly decreased their chances of being accepted as a serial killer, especially if it seemed like they would be open to their group about being serial killers. Just because that would give whatever group they were part of a really big advantage over other groups. And especially if they were like not super secretive about it, it would kind of ruin the mystery aspect of it. So there were a lot of folks that like definitely could have been good serial killers, but they were part of a group or something, and that was a big reason why we decided not to accept them. But yeah, after Eri dies, Yomi kind of announces that things are going wrong, and I think it's really cool that we were able to set this up. This actually broke pretty much every time we tried it, except in the final. So I'm very happy it actually worked in the end. But players would go through the door, you know, to escape, because Yomi would tell people to leave, and they would be teleported to the island. I don't know, if anyone did that, I hope you thought it was cool. We were a little worried because, you know, the museum is a little high up, so we were scared that I could go to the actual server for this. Yeah, we were, so ignoring the war scene, we were scared folks would just like run in a panic, and they'd be so panicked they'd just like jump off and die. Which luckily no one did that. But we were worried enough that we actually planted NAR ads. Okay. Well, I guess this is a fun fact only for people who are subbed, JK. I'm actually gonna get some water at this time. Guys, I think we're low-key kind of in trouble because I think, how long has it been? It's been like an hour already. Been an hour, and this section was supposed to take 10 minutes. Ooh, that's kind of rough. Your love to yap is too strong, yeah. No, I just have so much to say. I don't know. I'm very proud of like everything we came up with this event. And I really do hope everyone enjoyed everything. It's kind of funny. We spent like so many days and so many hours working on the opening cutscene, and then it ended up just, you know, ending in like 30 minutes. Yo, Angelic Chu! Welcome in, welcome in. Wait, are you Mina? Are you Mina from V-Gala? Question mark. Am I thinking of the wrong person? I was gonna say something. It's almost like we put a lot of effort in it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Low-key, kind of disappointed. None of the serial killers use the elevator. I'm kidding. Mina C, not to be confused with Mina P. Oh, wait, Mina, you were like kind of like Elio birthed, right? Like not actually, but you were like in competition for being birthed by Elio, right? How did the Roy image get added to the event? It got added to the event. I very clearly remember this because I was showing Laurel like how to add an image to the server. And I just happened to have that image on hand, and that's why I used it. And then Laurel like would not give me the image back, and yeah, that's how that's how it happened. Okay, I think ads are over. Yeah, so I guess fun fact, but we were so worried about people like panic just dying by fall damage like running off the cliff here that we had a scripted death to like warn people that it's dangerous and that they shouldn't jump off. So we had Ari pretend that she would just be a normal player, and we instructed her to just jump off the cliff as soon as she like ran through here to like die, which one would like show people that like, you know, you shouldn't jump off. And then two, it would also just like make people think like, oh yeah, it's real, like it's permadeath now, you know. So that was a scripted death from us, Ari's death at the very beginning. I think someone said that she beat the record that Semi previously held, but I'm sorry to say it was a scripted death, so it does not qualify. That being said, I think this used to be higher up. So kind of at this height, I think it's pretty hard to just get one shot from full health and falling, so it wasn't that much of a concern, but it was still... And I think we actually had to set Ari's HP to be lower so that she would die falling, but I think it's still like a neat little thing, neat little touch. Almost died there in the war, but I fell in the water. You know who did die here in the war? I think they died like over here actually though. Right here, I think. But yeah, we'll talk more about the events of the event tomorrow. But yeah, that was the opening cutscene, and then I guess the next part is I'm not sure if anyone really noticed it. Low-key, it kind of got messed up because we had a lot of issues with like nicknames and stuff, and people had to be like resent to the spawn point. But after players got teleported here, I teleported everyone to like different parts of the island in groups. There was supposed to be like a minute gap between them, but I think I just started doing it like just based off of vibes. Just because like, you know, there's no way to like force everyone to like leave the initial museum. So we also didn't want everyone to just start here because that's like a lot of people starting in the same place at once. So that's why we decided to still like have a portion where people would like have different spawn points. But yeah, if you got teleported to different places, I don't know why my Minecraft is broken. It's probably because you went back to the spawn multiple times. I did kind of mess up, but I'm not like really holding this against myself because there was like low-key not much I could really have done. How people split up and make geometry. Yeah, I think especially like it also helped people like learn about different biomes a little quicker as well. But one mistake is like a lot of people ended up spawning on top of like one of these trees, which was not intentional at all. But the command I used to like teleport people, like low-key, I just kind of don't understand it, and I still don't. And it like worked in all my testing, but then like when it came to the actual event, it was like, oh yeah, there's like 60 people, so it doesn't work anymore. Like it pretty much said that to me. It was like there's too many people, so you had to like do something else. So I like was just like testing things to get it to work because like I did not really have time to like look it up because it was like happening, you know. So I think whatever I ended up changing like allowed people to just teleport way up high. And oops, we did end up reviving everyone that fell up here. Addy is the best command. So I think it ended up being fine, but yeah, that was a little unfortunate. If we had done at E on accident, I think like someone's computer would have actually exploded. I'm gonna be honest. We had a big entity problem, which I really realized like later on what caused it. I think I'll maybe talk about that if there's time at the end, but I did end up, I don't even think I've talked about this with like the staff yet, but I did figure out like where a lot of the lag was coming from. Not to be confused with the crashes at the start of the server. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be honest, I'm high-key kind of traumatized by that. Like I have not watched really any day one VODs because I just don't want to see the crashes. Ooh, oh my gosh, that was a time of my life. I'm not mood. You get me, intern. Tell us the cause of the lag. Sorry, you're gonna have to stay tuned for that, Nash. Sorry. I can. Should I talk about that tomorrow? Because it's more of the event happening. It's not that exciting. This like cause of the crashes. Again, the cause of the crashes and the cause of the lag are like not the same things at all. If people want to know the lag, okay. So, I think really the cause of the lag was all the entities around. You can't see it here because I think we removed it from the server, so I'll go back to the build server. But there were a lot of entities in the museum that we used as decor. And I don't think maybe they're not here either. No, I'm not on the right server. Okay. So we had a lot of entities in the museum. For example, like we had like all these heads in the gift shop pretty much were entities. I don't know if this is built out in here. I think it is, but we'll see. But the observatory was like, ooh. You see this? These are all item frames, and all item frames are entities. So that was a lot. And then, what was like the secret like entity like generator question mark? I don't know if generator is the right word, but like these lights were also all entities. I think like what was really bad, and this, I think so. I think most of the staff know about these entities because we had like a huge cleanup on the last day of the event, for them. But I think what was really bad is that, and this was like really bad, especially because or this problem was like excavated question mark. Wait, is that the right word? I hope that's an appropriate word to use during a stream. It was made worse by the fact that we had 3 different museums essentially. So not only did we have like the original Spawn Museum, we also had the museum on the island, and then we also had the museum in the Black Swan world. So we had 3 different museums, and so because of that, we had a lot of copy pasting going on. Because like if we made one change to one museum, it would be like a lot of work to like then manually change it in the other museum. So we would just like copy and paste like the museums, like overall, basically to make sure they all matched. Which honestly was like a huge problem with the event overall. Just like it was really hard. I guess like figuring out like when the museum was finished enough, because Loki was never finished. But the problem with copy pasting is that if you copy and pasted like one of these entities, it would copy and paste over it, but it wouldn't replace the existing entity. It would just make a new entity here. So then like they would start stacking, and then it would be like, if I copy pasted this like once, and then like back here, also, sorry YouTube chat for ignoring y'all. But Rory, welcome in, and also Yomi, welcome. But yeah, it would be like, there would be like 2 here now, and then if we copy that again, there'd be 4, and then it would just like, you know, keep going and going and going, and then there'd be like stacks of like 100 entities like over here, and that I think contributed greatly to the problem. There was a lot of rumors that were not true, that the portal in the museum caused the lag. Again, not true. This portal was fine. It had 9 entities, and 9 entities total, and the thing we used for teleportation was World Guard, and that from all my testing does not cause any lag, because we used that for like a lot of different places that had no lag issues. Is it just from copy pasting in the same location? Yeah, pretty much. Like pretty much we would just copy the entire museum, and then we would just replace everything. And some of the entities were fine. Like for example, item frame entities would like replace each other. But then like these entities would just like duplicate and stack forever and ever. And there'd just be like hundreds of like entities in one spot. Which I'm pretty sure even now, like there's like probably like at least 50 in one of these or something. I don't know. Okay, so that's, yeah, what caused the lag pretty much. Or I wouldn't say that was like the sole cause of it, but that definitely contributed greatly to the lag. So that's definitely a lesson learned in the future, is like to be more careful about entity copy pasting. It's really difficult because it's like on one hand you have to make sure you copy paste them, or otherwise, you know, your entities will be out of sync. But on the other hand, it's like you also have to make sure they don't stack on accident. Yo, Ali, welcome in. So that is definitely was a contributor to the lag, but again, none of that lag caused the crashes that ended up happening on day 1, which I'll talk about tomorrow. That'll be my like little thing. You have to come back tomorrow to hear about it. YouTube chat is better. No worries. I think it was more fun if they weren't so many stacked. Yeah, that was the issue, is that they just kept getting stacked. And low key, like I've been thinking like how to avoid that, and like it's kind of hard. So it's gonna be something like more to be aware of just in the future. But yeah, it was just really rough again because we had to have 3 copies of the museum, and we had to make sure they were all in sync all the time, but also like not all like completely in sync. That was just really rough. Okay, let me look at my notes. So okay, next thing on the agenda is just kind of a tour of the museum. So again, shout out to everyone who worked on the museum, which was the entire build team. So we actually started on the museum build very early. This was the first thing that we built. We started in January. We actually like technically could have started in December. Like I had the instructions written out, but that was during the holidays, so I don't think anyone actually started. But or no, I think people did start a little bit at the end of December. And kind of the deadline for the museum was the end of February, and pretty common with like everything. We did not finish by then, but we did. It was good enough. It was good enough by the end of February. It just wasn't up to how I would have preferred it good enough, but it was definitely like workable. So it wasn't the end of the world. But essentially we kind of started out, and I learned this like this was one of the big lessons I learned about building. So I've never built any of these structures before. Like I'm not a Minecraft builder. I'm like not really a Minecraft. I feel like at this point I'm a Minecraft player, but like I'm still not super familiar with like large scale builds or anything. And what we did for the museum that went really well is we first did like a blueprint of it. I think James maybe sent me a screenshot of it, but then I closed Discord, so I can't see it because Discord is making me lag a little bit. So yeah, we started with a layout, and big advice, if you are building anything, make sure you start with the layout. Like that is the number one lesson learned for like large scale builds is like start with like a floor plan. Because if you don't, like you will not know what's happening. Start with a floor plan. That is key to large builds. So luckily we did for the museum. And then how we kind of sectioned things out was like we gave every member of the build team a different part of the museum to work on. So for example, like Kage worked on the staff quarters. And then I think Yomi did like the exterior with, I think, Farah. I know Farah made the garden. Yomi made the observatory. I know Semi helped a lot with that too. Semi and Farah, made the library, and so on. So everyone kind of had their own sections that they were responsible for, which I think was really nice because it, gave each individual part of the museum a little bit of personality. And it wasn't all quite the same, but at the same time, it was very cohesive, which I think was like something I learned that it's kind of difficult is like with these large scale builds is like making sure things still feel cohesive in the end. Was the museum the first build? Yes, the museum was the very first thing built on the server. We started all the way back in kind of like late December on the museum. You can still see the smaller layout. Oh, you're right. Okay, I remember that. Let me see if I can. Okay, wait, we're not on the build server. Okay. I could also show a kind of work in progress of the museum. Old museum. Again, shout out James, by the way, for making these teleport hubs. Yeah, you could see like, so we mapped out like how big the museum was. I gave like numbers for like how big I wanted everything to be. And I'm pretty sure the layout is like here somewhere, question mark. Let me go to spectator mode. Yo, wannabe! Welcome in, welcome in. So fun saying Korea. Okay, I don't know why oh, here, it's, okay, I was on the wrong side, but yeah, you could see, like, we had, like, a kind of layout, to start with. I think this is the smaller version, because I thought the museum was too big. Yar, guys, can I try shaders again? Maybe, like, it just, like, feels nicer to me now? Okay. Yo, Korea, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, this was the kind of the OG museum. I don't think too much changed from this OG, like that's super noticeable. You can see like there's no bows. We had this target here because we had to make sure. So one of the serial killers actually was up here, and they used a crossbow. It was panda. It's flying pandas to shoot at Airy. We gave all the serial killers an option if they wanted to use a sword or a bow, and flying pandas decided to try the bow. So this was us testing to make sure that worked. Okay, let me go back to the actual museum. Saw them via name tags. Ooh. We actually, I thought we did something to hide the name tags during the blackout. But we might have missed one. Or it might have reset or something because we were having a lot of issues of pronouns and stuff. Let's go back to the finished museum. Before the blackout? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, so I can give a brief tour of the museum. So, I really like how we ended up doing this. We were like, low-key, we kind of just vibed out the beginning of it, during one of the crunch days, but players started out in like this limo over here, and then they would get like the red carpet experience. This is also where they would run into Faye's store, and Faye would give them like a coin. That was really fun. They'd go through this line over here through security. I was low-key too busy being traumatized to like watch anyone, but I hope you all had some fun interactions going through security. And then we had like, this wasn't the final image we used, but then we had like the logo over here. And then the lag is back, so I'm going to turn up shaders again. I wonder, maybe if I don't use Euphoria patches, which we don't need, might be better. Okay, then we'll do very low. Okay. Actually, maybe? Question mark? We'll keep trying. It gets better when you tab out every once in a while? Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so once you enter the museum, you are greeted with this stuff. I did want to have like a little more like gala stuff, like some like tables with food and stuff, but like I couldn't think of where to fit them, so we ended up not having anything like that. I really like the fountain. This fountain was actually one of the first things we put in the museum. And I think it ended up being a really nice set piece. I know I wanted these stairs for sure because, I don't know, I feel like these kind of stairs is just like rich people vibes. If you've ever been to a house with these kind of stairs, like, ooh, you know, you're walking into somewhere like, I'm very proud of this. Oh my gosh, I made this. This is low-key the logo of the Signet. Oh my gosh, where do I even start? The museum has so much stuff, so we'll just start like here. So this is the aquarium that's semi-built. High key aquarium was a maze. I actually kind of wanted to rework the aquarium to make the layout a little more understandable, but we just didn't have time. Something else I really wanted to do that we didn't have time for was I wanted to change this into a submarine to like kind of hint at the submarine structure that would happen, but again, in our time. I'm happy with this part. It's like a deep sea area. I did want the aquarium to be kind of mazy, because I did expect that the museum would be like potentially important, and there might be like a fight or like a chase scene in the museum. I thought like a chase scene through the kind of maze like aquarium could be fun, but I think it ended up being like a little almost too lazy. But yeah, that's the aquarium. Here is the play area, which went through many changes. Yar. Timeout corner. I actually meant to teleport players here that like were like sneaking behind the scenes when, or like sneaking in the staff hallways when they shouldn't have been. But I was too busy. But yes, I came up with the timeout corner. Then like an entire meeting jumping on that trampoline once. It's a pretty nice trampoline. This used to be a parkour course, but I removed it. I'm sorry, Semi. Low-key, I feel like me and Semi we were like battling over this area. Semi made it originally, but then I kept making changes, and then Semi would make more changes, and then I would make some changes. It was like a low-key build Cold War. This staircase was not here originally. We added the staircase like from after feedback from the museum staff, because they said like it was annoying to like go up when you're like, or go like up or down when you're like all the way here. So we added this staircase, which I actually kind of wanted a staircase all along here, but that kind of just pushed us to do it. Okay, over here is the art gallery. I've been asked if this was a IB reference, and it is an IB reference that Ali and Semi put in these 3 flowers over here. They're the IB colors. These were some things Semi built. Another thing I wanted was to have like this area like reflect the jungle temple a little more. Again, like to tie in the museum and all the structures, but again, no time. But I also think this still looked really cool. I'm a big fan of the museum, or the Egyptian section. I think it looks really good. What is IB? IB is a RPG Maker game. I really like this back area. It's just like a nice peaceful area. I think like where you could just kind of like talk with folks if you're feeling overwhelmed. I don't know if people actually used it or if maybe it was really loud here too, but that was kind of my hope for this. Also has all these staff heads, all these staff credits. W staff. This is the pillar room. There's just pillars. I don't know. We're running out of ideas. This is a really big museum, and I don't know. Museums do have pillars. Or like I feel like I've definitely seen like a museum with just like pillars in it before. I kind of like was thinking of like if anyone's been to like, I think it's, oh, I don't think it's MoMA. It's not MoMA. It's like there's this museum, and there's like an art museum in LA that has like a lot of lampposts that everyone takes pictures at. I was inspired by whatever that museum was. How to make art of that seesaw? Wait! Oh, I don't think I've seen that yet. Oh my gosh. We had like some armor stands here, which low-key kind of didn't end up working out because we had that armor mod that made it really hard to see armor. So like these stands just looked kind of nakies, but it's fine. Trust me, like in full resolution, not with the texture pack, these look pretty good. I guess I could just show you guys right now. Where's the armor? There we go. Yeah, I think Semi made these, question mark. But yeah, that is the first floor of the museum. The second floor of the museum, we have this thing, which is actually also in the maze. I think this is the one of the mazes. I don't know what this room is, just existing. This is another IB reference, I think. And then we have some statues over here, and this is the portal room, which I think is really cool. I don't have an image of the portal on the server at least, but this is where the portal is. And then this is another statue. There's just a second floor here. And then on the right here, it goes to the modern art exhibit, which is where we exhibited a lot of your pieces. And then we had to remove them because they were causing lag. But it was fun for at least a little bit to see all of your art. I feel really bad, honestly, because I know Ari spent like a lot of time making this place look good, and then we had to kind of destroy it. Part of the trauma. But there was a time where this place looked like very peak, all thanks to Ari. Bingo survived? Yes. Bingo was not an entity, so Bingo survived. What's your name? Did we keep this? I forget if we kept this or not. Yeah, that's the art gallery. Here is the special exhibit, which James worked really hard to make a cutscene for. And then here is the 2-story library, which I think, there's, yeah, so this doesn't exist. Oh no, it does exist in the build server. But fun fact, this area was made by Avery, one of the staff members of the museum, not by any of the build team. But this was a request by Avery wanted to just add a little section in the library, so we let her build this part. So this was completely built by Avery, which I think was really cool. Being able to incorporate kind of a player-made build into the museum. And it was so nice, oh my gosh. We are not talking about the Sonic fanfiction. I had a meeting down there. I'm happy, I don't know, it makes me happy to hear like our builds being used and so on. Oh my gosh. Fun fact, so we gave the museum staff members a tour of the museum before the server opened. I think like maybe 2 weeks before the server opened, or maybe just a week, but it was so that they could familiarize themselves with like the museum, because they'd, be working, so it makes sense that they'd at least know a little bit about the museum ahead of everyone else knowing. So when we gave them the tour, we forgot that this was here and this was not covered up, and they were like, oh, there's like clues here. And they started reading them, and I was like, oh, okay, so actually I'm gonna need you to maybe just not remember that. Yeah. But yeah, I think this is where one of Semi's ARG books was. This is where if anyone remembers like the pre-release ARG puzzle, it was like an image of this, I'm pretty sure. I built this. I just want to say, I built these umbrellas. I don't know, aren't they cute? This was like my pride and joy. I built these. And then I also built these lampposts. I think they were like modified by folks, but I did build these as well. And then I also built this little backdrop here. Yes. Okay, and then here we have some bathrooms. These lead. What? Why is it blocked off? Okay. I'm actually just gonna skip those bathrooms and show the infamous all-access bathroom that claimed 2 lives. Two lives were claimed by this exact toilet. What? Oh, okay. So what happened is they got stuck. Wait. They essentially got stuck down here and they couldn't figure out how to get out. And if anyone wants to know how to get out of the toilet, you just start swimming. So you hold down your control key and then you should just start swimming, and then you could just get out. But I wasn't super clear, and so this toilet unfortunately claimed 2 lives. But otherwise, this toilet also leads to one of the kind of puzzles in a way for the museum. So the museum had several puzzles, all hiding kind of the painting pieces, and this is what led to a painting piece. I think during the event, a lot of folks thought that this had a swan piece too, but no, all there was in the kind of like toilet sewers, I built this by the way, was the painting piece that was over here. Yes, there was a painting piece up here where this item frame is, and that's like that was the point of the passageways, is to get that painting, which people did get that painting, but then people still thought afterwards that there were still things inside the toilets. So there was like a low-key toilet day where everyone would just like be in the toilets, and we were trying to get them not to be in the toilets because we knew nothing was there, but they kept trying. This also used to be more deadly, which is why this had 3 skulls, where before, if you went to the wrong one, you would like low-key, I'd be kind of surprised if anyone died here, but there was a possibility where you would be kind of like forced into this lava area and then you would die. But that didn't happen because I had Ali redecorate this area. And then I didn't like really specify too much. I just had Ali, I just like, can you make this look like more like a more like an actual, like, I don't know, like water pipe room. And then Ali cooked so hard, but then also Ali like removed this feature entirely, so it actually just became like low-key impossible to die through these. Yo, Carrie-Ann, welcome in. Spent 2 hours on that. I feel like we kept trying to like tell people through Ari that like there was nothing in the toilet, but I feel like there was like a lot of just miscommunication going around. But welcome in, welcome in. What was the story of the stolen swan paintings? We didn't have too much story for that specifically. The swan paintings honestly came kind of like in a way last minute. And so kind of the lore behind the swan painting is that they just had different pieces kind of almost coincidentally stolen by different areas, or just like lost different ways. So there was a lore book in Aries' office that I think explained that someone had dropped a swan painting piece in the toilet by accident, so that's how that one ended up there. Okay, which actually reminds me, I can probably show you all the next area. I guess we could go over the garden since I kind of skipped this, but the garden doesn't have too much stuff in it. Yo, Strainer, welcome in. We have the maze as kind of a hint or like a teaser for like the maze structure. And then we just have the observatory, which is not a teaser for the, well, actually, okay, so it's really funny. Everyone knows the structure, Laurel structure, as the observatory now, but originally it was known as the Polar Research Facility. And Carlos, I don't know if Carlos is in the build server. Oh, he is. I have no idea where Carlos came from. Low key, like this museum, I did not even know like half of it for a good while, so it was a learning experience for us all. But this observatory was, I think pretty much the museum existed in general before most of the structures existed. But the Dark Swan world had 2 Carloses. See, another victim of museum duplication. That's what I'm telling you. Like, there could have potentially been like 50 Carloses if we had not been careful. So, we did end up putting a few like references to the Polar Research Facility here, but this was just like meant to be just like a observatory. And then over here is the staff quarters. A lot of this was added later on. staff did have like a little bedroom area, which I don't think they used, which to be fair was build protected. I will say that's something I really wanted to do with the museum when we were first making it, is make it a lot less build protected, but we really didn't have time. It's so you could only like do an undo build protection in squares, and so it's very hard to carve out like any kind of areas that are either build protected or not build protected, and so it just was not. Yeah, it would have taken a lot of work to like make sure we were like only unbuild protecting like the correct areas. We did. Oh, yippee! That actually makes me so happy to hear. Okay, over here is the like office space. I actually hid some item frames somewhere here. I don't know if it's on this server, but I hid like a chest of item frames just in case, for whatever reason, just in case someone stole the item frames from like from here, because you could take the item frames. Luckily no one did, but you could actually take the item frames from like the portal paintings as they were being built. So just in case someone did, I had a chest full of item frames here, and I think I also had a few of the painting pieces already like in here at the start. I also put extra copies of those painting pieces in the where the heck is it? Over here. Something that I really made sure of was like that we had for a lot of things that we had like extra backup copies of everything. Pretty much every item that was important, minus the swan statue and the Corvus key, was like kind of infinite, like technically finite, but like we had instance item frames. I'm not sure how many of y'all actually encountered those, but essentially like everyone could get like an item from those item frames once. So I had those painting pieces in those instance item frames over here, so that like in theory, you know, if someone took it from up there, you could like get a new one from over here. So all the swan painting pieces, well, not all of them, but most of them were just put in instance item frames, and the ones that weren't, we had like 20 or so copies of them in the world. So but yeah, it ended up working fine. There was an instance where it's like an item that was like super important, that there was only one of was lost. So that was like, I think, good planning from our part to do that. We had a close call. The Corvus key. So how the serial killers were going to be kind of like forced to be relevant into the main plot, because it did feel like I didn't want the murder mystery to be completely irrelevant to the plot, just because like I feel like it would be kind of hyped up, and I didn't want people to solve the murder mystery and just like not get anything out of it. So I did want there to be like a kind of reward and also a kind of need to solve the murder mystery and determine who killed Aerie. So the serial killer that ended up killing Aerie got the Corvus key, and I don't think this was really like made clear to anyone during the event, because it was kind of solved very quickly. But the Corvus key is actually what destroys the glass around the swan. Without it, there's no way to get like into the exhibit to put the swan statue back in the Black Swan world. So that's what the Corvus key was for, and only the serial killer had it. So there's only one Corvus key in the world, but I'll talk about this tomorrow. But it ended up getting, I guess, found a little anticlimactically. But I'm happy at the very least that it was not ever lost forever in the world. We did have a plugin that kept track of every item, so we would always know like where things were. So even if it was lost, like we would know that it was lost, and we could just respawn it in. So that wasn't a super big concern either. Okay, this is Aerie's office. I'm just gonna break in here. There were a lot of like just random hints in the bookshelves and everything. Looking back on it, I think I probably should have made some of these bookshelves more, like these books, more instanced, because we had not a lot of issues, but we had some issues where like players would just like take all the books and like not tell anyone, and then like no one would just know that information. So I think definitely like a big lesson from this event was like just making sure that like, especially like information pieces, making sure that they're instanced so that like everyone can kind of get access to it and it wouldn't just be like lost because of miscommunication. Like, or rather, miscommunication is enough of a barrier that we don't need to like gatekeep the existence of the items. Down here is like the server room. Everything that's in green, which is none of these right now. If we go to the actual server. Okay, I forgot. It's broke. Sorry. So, where is it? Here. Okay. So, fun fact. I think definitely people figured it out. The museum staff figured it out for sure, but all of these open things. So, for example, like the mechanical room sprinklers. This is where one of the painting pieces was hidden. And I think I might do a tour of all the painting pieces later on, but you could see like this area. Oh, okay. Actually, you know what? Okay, I'll give a tour of the painting pieces later. Maybe I might say that for tomorrow because we are running out of time for today. Not really, but like rather we're just very behind schedule. We have a lot of time ahead of us. But stay tuned for a bit of a long stream. But I think what really confused people that like, I don't think folks knew that this was not us as like event staff doing, but something that players had control over is the museum entrance barricade. If you ever saw, how do I get out of here? There's a porta potty here, by the way, fun fact. If you ever saw these fences over here and we're like, how do I leave? Like, look, I can't even leave. Oh, oops. I guess I can. That was player controlled. Yes, that was all player controlled. So in theory, anyone stuck in the museum could just like go down there and just flip that switch and then they'd be able to leave. Where the heck did, oh my gosh, I get so lost in the museum. So, yeah. I don't think a lot of players knew about that. I think that was just kind of a mystery for a lot of folks, like what those barriers were. I have a feeling a lot of people probably thought it was just like a bug or something, but no. Like it was very intentional, like players had control over if those were up or down. This room also, I will just say, was actually time gated. So these doors were closed for the first 2 or 3 days, I forget when. But eventually we opened it up. And the reason we had it time gated is because we had a lot of time gates in this event to make sure that things weren't solved too quickly. Again, I think I mentioned this before, but we really made sure that like we could expect what would be happening on each day of the event without trying to force things too much. So there was always like some wiggle room, but we also wanted to make sure things were like progressing at a good pace, both like not too quickly and also not too slowly. And so part of that was we wanted to make sure that players were not able to open up the portal between the Black Swan and the White Swan world until day 3. And the way we did that was we gated some of the painting pieces behind this door. So the lore reason was Yomi was working on fixing the electricity. And then on day 3, he fixed it, and then these doors opened. And with them opening, a lot of these levers actually unlock areas you need to go to get the painting pieces. So that's how we time gated the painting pieces to make sure that y'all wouldn't just solve the mystery right away. I'm EP. Have a good rest, Conchubi. Thank you for dropping by. I feel like I gotta stop saying have a good rest. Get some good rest. I don't know what this is from. I think we thought about making this like into like a Switch, but we just didn't have time to. And I think maybe Yomi just built this because people were using it to sneak into the museum illegally. Yeah, that's pretty much... No, that's not the museum, because I'm just gonna briefly give you all a peek of the museum back rooms. And it's insanity. So, I always wanted the museum to have these back rooms, because I did want part of the plot to be kind of like museum staff versus like the outside world. Part of it is, again, to like low-key time gate things, where I didn't want people to like be bored of the museum too early, so I wanted there to be like a little bit of challenge almost to get into the museum. So I'm very happy that like the museum staff actually played into that, because like there was always the chance of like the museum staff just like abandoning the museum or just like not caring. So I'm very happy that like they kind of followed the script in a way, especially because I feel like I at least like did not make that script super clear. Like I wouldn't have faulted the museum staff at all if they had not done anything. They took it very seriously. W Yomi, by the way, W Yomi. I gave Yomi like very minimal guidance, I'd say, especially compared to a lot of the other NPCs during this event. And Yomi did such a great job at being a leader of the museum. Especially because Yomi actually didn't sign up to be an NPC role, and I just low-key kind of forced it upon him. But yeah, W Yomi, he did a really great job, and I was so proud when he got elected as re-elected rather as leader of the museum. So I really wanted to make sure that the museum staff had a good experience and that they didn't feel too confined by their role. And I didn't want it to be like them to feel like they couldn't be a leader of their own nation, which is why I forced elections upon the museum staff in case, like, you know, someone else wanted to try being the leader of the museum people. Also, I think Yomi, at the time, we weren't sure if he could make it all the event days either. But yeah, I'm glad that things ended up working out as they did. Where am I? Okay, staff passages, yes. How did I get to that topic? How did I get from staff passages to that topic? I don't know. But, yo, so I asked... So, okay, I remember. So yeah, I wanted the museum to like have a lot of these passages so that people could like kind of break in and sneak around almost. You know, I kind of thought of the museum when we were conceptualizing it almost as like a stealth game or like a little stealth mission. So sad we weren't allowed to kill Yomi. I think I would have let you all kill Yomi if you had requested it. I don't think we had any rules saying y'all couldn't kill Yomi. At least like starting day 3. I think maybe previous days we would have said no because he was fixing the electricity. But I think in later days we would have allowed it. What was I talking about? Yes, yeah. There was a lot of stuff I wanted to add also to the museum that we just didn't have time to add. Very specifically, I wanted to have some more like artifacts in the museum that like people could try to steal almost. And these artifacts would like actually do stuff, like they would like maybe give like water breathing or something, just like, you know, like effects. But yeah, we didn't have time for that. Just to give like the museum staff a little more things to protect, and you know, people that wanted to steal like a little more stuff to steal. But yeah, we didn't have time for that, and honestly, like we kind of didn't need it. People were stealing from each other enough. So it was fine. But yes, because of all that, when I had the museum built, one thing I really wanted and I really emphasized was I wanted to have passageways that were like almost like a museum back rooms. And I think Semi was kind of in charge of that. And Semi, if you're still here, you low-key did a little too good of a job, because this was like actually the museum back rooms. Like, I was discovering new rooms in the museum back rooms like days before the event started. It was kind of crazy. There was so much going on. Like, what is this? Guys, there's like, did anyone find the museum hot springs? Like, what was that? Well, I like literally could not believe my eyes when I first found that. It was crazy. So over here, we go here. There are bathhouses here. I'm gonna be honest, I wanted to remove these and we didn't have time. I was gonna remove them. Like, these were on my list. It was on my to-do list to remove these hot springs. Cause it's like, why are these here? I remember telling Ari, I was like, Ari, did you know that there are like bathhouses right next to your office? Did you find the? I did find the dragon. Yes. Wait, is it not here? Oh my gosh. Did the roller coaster make it to the finish? Wait, I made the roller coaster. Yes, the roller coaster made it to the final. I don't know where it went. There is a dragon head somewhere down here. Oh, it's here. Okay. Oh my gosh. When I found this, I was like, okay. Yo, thank you for the ice cream. Kanako-kusa! Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, I made the roller coaster. Or rather, I fought with Semi to make the roller coaster. We both made the roller coaster. I think the last part of the museum is this place, which, oh my gosh. Okay, so this is where the recipes for the pearls, like the white pearl and the black pearl were, and this was supposed to be time gated. And I was so dumb, and I forgot to make sure that this was blocked off in the spawn museum, and it wasn't blocked off, and people found it day one, and I had to tell them, no, you did not find it. And then I gave them a club sacrifice ticket as a kind of like something to make it up for them. But yeah, I ended up having actually to just change the recipe because I could not have that leaked so early on. But honestly, I blame the fact that, again, we had 3 museums to keep track of, and it was blocked off in the other 2 museums. It just wasn't blocked off in the very like first museum, the Gala museum. Yeah, I'm gonna be like just kind of probably more honest than I should be, but like I was like high-key fading from existence during the kind of opening, just because there was so much to do still. I really didn't have time to supervise at all. Like, the original plan was like I'd be like a little more hands-on and I wouldn't let people into the back rooms as much. But just the amount of people that like snuck into the back rooms, and also the other things I had to do, made it so that I just couldn't monitor it as much as I wanted to, which I mean ultimately was fine. But that was something that didn't go as planned. I had also planned on just like blocking it up if like it became too much of a problem, but I was too busy to even give the command to block it up. But yeah, it does make me kind of sad because like I really wanted to see like the opening of the museum, and like the actual gala part adds. Okay, I guess I could keep talking about this. But yeah, I really wanted to like see the actual gala part of the museum, and just like people interacting with each other for the first time. But I really don't remember what I was doing exactly. I might have just had my eyes on the server console the whole time trying to figure out what was up with that, or just like cleaning up like entities and stuff. But I pretty much didn't experience like the whole opening at all, which is pretty sad. And then I low-key never will because now it's like traumatic for me to watch any VODs. Yeah, this is the painting, by the way, the swan painting. It was done by Vinky. I feel like some people thought this was like a joke, but like the artist is actually called Vinky on VGen. You could search up Vinky on VGen, and you could commission them. They were such a good find. I'm really happy with how this turned out. They do traditional art, which I think is really cool, and that's actually why I hired them. Was with that Roy image, that's so funny. Was because I thought like, since you know it's an art gallery, I feel like something like a traditional painting would make sense, and this ended up looking really nice. Originally the ib flowers from downstairs were actually up here, but I had Ali change these into the lily of the valleys to match the painting. Did we send Vinky anything about the event so they could see? We did not. Worked out in the end. Very much enjoyed my role, including Ari. I'm so glad. I was really worried. I think, yeah. Another thing I was really worried about this event, or that I wanted to really prioritize, was really making sure that the staff also were able to enjoy the event. Despite being staff, and it made me happy that I think a lot of staff did end up enjoying the event. Okay, we have 9 seconds until ads are over. But I think that pretty much wraps up the museum. There's definitely more to talk about, but Nart today, maybe Nart ever, because I could yap about the museum forever. Okay. I guess also like while we're here, the ending. We came up with the ending pretty early. We knew we wanted a boss fight. We were just gonna do the Wither originally, cause that's low-key the only boss in Minecraft. But we very fortunately were able to come up with a custom mob, or rather, we found the technology to get a custom mob, and that was really cool. It was a lot of fun, I think, testing the custom boss, and I think it ended up being really cool. The fun fact, but wait, I guess I could spawn it right now so you could see it if you did not before. No. But this is the swan boss. He's really cool. He has this like hurricane attack, which is scary. But I think what's really cool is he has a music note attack, which hopefully is triggered. But Yar. Yes, okay, yes. So I think people really enjoy the music note attack. So basically what it is like it summons these music notes to follow you around. I really wanted them to not be green, but there's no way to not have them not be green, so they are green. Also, Faye, welcome in, and Raven's Bite, welcome in as well. Welcome. So cool. I'm glad you think so. But a lot of people, I think, thought the music notes, especially with the fact that it played like music, was really neat. Fun fact, it plays Swan Lake, I think, question mark. At least that's what at least I googled. I didn't Google. Unless I looked up Swan Lake, and that's what came up. So I'm pretty sure that song is from Swan Lake, but it's been a while since I've watched Swan Lake, if I've ever watched it. I think I watched the Barbie movie, which I don't even know if that has that song or not. But anyways, sorry for the tangent. We actually added that song sound effect, like literally, I think like 10 minutes before the server opened. It was like truly a last minute addition. We were testing the Swan boss up until the server opened. I'm gonna say this tomorrow, but I'm also gonna say this now. I wanted to like quadruple. I wanted to times 10 the boss's HP because I knew it would die way too fast. And then everyone was like, "You're memeing, right?" And I was like, "No, I'm like kind of serious." And they're like, "No, like that's silly. You're silly director." And I was like, "Okay, fine." So we only like tripled or quadrupled the boss's HP, and then that was like definitely not enough. Like we should have done more than 10 times. SMH. I think like it had like, I don't know, like 900 HP. I was like, we should get like 50k or something, and no one believed me. Skeleton God, welcome in. Hana found out it's like a FNAF music box version. It is a music box version of Swan Lake. But Yar, I think the Swan boss ended up being really cool. But yeah, I think it was balanced pretty well. We were concerned about the balance too, because there's like no way to, you know, test it against 50 players. But the one regret, at least like balance in terms of like mechanics, the one regret is really just the HP. It died way too fast. Which is also why so many mini bosses spawned. Yo! What the heck? Also, W! Skeleton God, thank you for the gifted to our one and only museum director and assistant director, Ari Corvus, non-binary. So, one thing I guess that's kind of regrettable is originally the Swan boss fight was going to have 2 parts, 2 phases. But I unfortunately didn't have enough time to set that up, so it did not happen. But originally what was going to happen is when the swan pieces were put in, I was going to spawn, or we were going to spawn like 10 mini swans. Where is it? So if you haven't seen the mini bosses, they're here. They look like this. They are supposed to look kind of glitched on purpose, because 1, I think it looks cool, and 2, I high-key didn't have time to like fix it. Like I was gonna like retexture it entirely, and then like I just like kind of like made it black, and then I messed up the texture file, and I was like, wait, actually this looks kind of cool, so I just kept it like that. We're watching on Aries stream. Wait, actually, yeah, low-key kind of embarrassing. Wait, okay, shout out to everyone doing a watch along, by the way. What the heck? Wait, I'm kind of shy now. Also, I'm going insane. Welcome in. But yeah, originally we were gonna spawn these, and behind them we were going to spawn like glowstone or something, and then it would be so that the first phase of the boss is you need to defeat, or you need to break all the glowstone that's scattered around the museum, so there'd be like 10 of them. And then after you break all the glowstone, it would summon the final boss. So I'm very sad that we couldn't do that, because the intent of that was, 1, to like, you know, force players to explore the museum a little more and take advantage of how kind of maze-like the museum is, and then 2, it also like allow a lot more people to be involved in the fight. That was always a concern, was that like, you know, the fight would just like either end too early, or just like people wouldn't feel like included. Because I feel like that's really important, is that players, you know, don't feel like they're missing out on too much. So that would have allowed a lot of different folks to, you know, have their own chance at like finding the swans, and there'd be like a lot of swans to find as well. But yeah, we just didn't have time to implement that portion of the boss fight. But yeah, what ended up happening was also just a lot different than what we had planned, but I'll talk about that tomorrow. Yes. What else? Let's see. We had decided like early on that, again, to kind of summon, like really to kind of beat the game so to say. The final piece of the puzzle would be to return the swan statue to the Black Swan world, which I don't know if that was ever super clear in the lore, but kind of the lore of everything. I'll explain now. Wow. Guys, lore reveal. I feel like that's always exciting. Is that the story is like the swan statue originally came from the Black Swan world, and once it was brought to the normal world, that's when things started going crazy because it just wanted to go home. Like it was just kind of teleporting things almost to teleport itself home, but then it would kind of be chaotic, and then like everything around it would get teleported as well. So really the story, and this was kind of alluded to in a few books in the library, I think in both the Black Swan library as well as like the White Swan library, is that the swan was really just trying to go home. And it really came from this world of darkness, and it kind of reacted negatively against the light almost, which is why the swan was like fine for a while until like James activated the opening cutscene, where not only did the curtains surrounding the statue fall, but the lights in this room turned on. And really like the lore reason for why the teleport happened, like the museum teleport happened when it did, is that the lights turning on in this room triggered the swan statue to, you know, teleport the whole museum. Yeah, so it is James's fault, by the way. Gonna head out. Thank you, Ali, for being here, but also for all your hard work. Ali was part of the build team, by the way, and I know the stream is laggy, but we're just gonna ignore it. Okay, I think the stream died because it hates me. It hates me. Why? It looks fine in OBS. Okay. Maybe it's better now? Okay. Wait, Nash, you're right. It like fixes itself whenever I tap for whatever reason. Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's like memory leak or something. Everyone was blaming me. Nar. So I think what's really cool actually is Loki was kind of Airy Corvus's fault. Because this was like the Corvus family like treasure was like to get the statue back, which you could learn about, I think, in one of the like if you remember that like area earlier, like the bookshelf area with the recipes, the books in one of those rooms, I don't know which world has the books, it kind of explains the Corvus family's backstory, which Airy cooked up all by themselves, which I think is so cool. Like I read it and I was like, okay, I was like just low-key not gonna have lore about that, but then like I was ooh, it cooked so hard. I think that's like a lot of this event is like just folks ended up making up their own kind of individual lores that ended up contributing so much to the overall lore of the event. I think that's really neat. I support women's Rons, especially Airy Corvus. Okay. I think that's it for the museum for real. Let me see. I guess something else I just want to mention is that it was also really important for me that whatever this was not just a single item. Originally, I think we were talking about having it just be like maybe like a necklace or something, but I think what I've learned truly in these like large scale events is that it's really nice to get as many people involved as possible, and so I think a good way to do that is just having a lot of different items folks have to collect, because it's easy to just be the only person to find one item, but then like you'd have to be mad lucky to be the one to find like all three of those missing items. So that's why we had 3 different parts, technically 4 for the swan statue, and also why like the portal ended up being like the portal puzzle being ended up being you had to basically find 18 different painting pieces. Words. Some being time gated. Yeah, the way we time gated the swan statue, because like we didn't want anyone completing the event before the final day, was we hid the last swan piece in the day 6 maze so that it wasn't possible to get all swan pieces until day 6. Okay, what is next? Ooh, this is fun, guys. It's the Black Swan world. Where the heck is it? Okay. Welcome to the back rooms. Wait. Let me show you actually. Sorry. I'm gonna undo this. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go here. To this random place. So if you guys are curious, oh, you guys can't see it because I have my chat blocked. I guess I can move myself temporarily. But something doesn't feel right. So Martin, huge W. Martin who I feel like is probably like the most private of all the staff members, but Martin who developed a custom plugin for us that basically and it's very nice because it gives us a lot of flexibility, but the Afterlife Whispers use not part of this, but basically what it does is like it sends you those messages and then this countdown appears on your screen and you're like, what the heck is happening? Oh my gosh, countdown. Fun fact, this is not actually 10 seconds, this is 20 seconds. Each number appears for 2 seconds at a time because you'll never know. But anyways, and then once we get teleported, that sound effect appears globally. Yo! What the heck, Ari? Welcome in. Shout out to the best museum director I could have asked for. Like, actually, truly shout out everyone follow Ari. Ari like did not stream for a whole month for this, and that made me so sad because I used to watch Ari streams while working on this event, and then I couldn't anymore. I got too invested into your stream. Wait, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I don't know. I'm always like nervous. Like, am I just yapping to myself, or like do people actually care? Does anyone care? But yeah. Wait. Everyone, like, actually follow Ari right now. You will not regret it. Literally thought Kerbal was gonna explode. That's so funny. Longest 10-second, yeah. Secretly 20-second countdown. For Laurel, it was like, it was, maybe it took like 20 minutes, 10 minutes for her to get teleported. But yes, welcoming in from everyone from Ari stream. Also, Igami, thank you for the raid, or not the raid. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. 3 minutes, okay. But yes, so I think a lot of folks, I think what's really cool is that like kind of the fear of getting teleported persisted pretty much throughout the entire event. I thought it would eventually go away, especially like after the portal unlocked, because high key, you would just like get teleported here and then you could just like run back home and it would take like 2 minutes. But I really realized that like, I guess it's not super clear that you would get teleported here specifically, and I think a lot of folks just thought you would just get teleported somewhere random in the Black Swan world, but we wouldn't do that. We were not that evil. I really wanted to make sure that it was kind of balanced, where it's like if you got teleported it wouldn't necessarily mean game over. The Black Swan world was definitely like harder than the normal world, and a lot of people did die in the Black Swan world, but we definitely wouldn't do something where it's like you just get spawned on top of a warden. Truly, like if you didn't want to die, like the museum was safe. The museum in the Black Swan world was safe, and I actually thought that more people would just kind of like live in the museum almost. Yo, Mason, thank you for the follow. Thank you. But yeah, I expected like people to actually maybe just live in the Black Swan world museum, but no one did. Which, to be fair, I also wanted to have like less build protected zones, or rather to have like build not protected zones in the Black Swan World Museum, so people could actually like make a base here. But that was not. We didn't have time for that. Were all the people intentionally taken? Yes, people were. Okay, so I actually very selfishly claimed that position for myself. I was like, I'm the one that gets to decide who gets teleported. That was all me. Every person that was teleported was handpicked by me, the director. Yes. I actually had a list of people, even before the event started, of folks to teleport. So actually, okay, wait. I feel like no one, at least no one that I heard, put this together, but in the application, also Snowy Winterly Autumn, welcome in. Sorry. My I don't think I've talked this much in like months, and my like sense of word structure is like slowly diminishing. But I think my vocabulary somehow is getting bigger. Diminishing, what a big word. If anyone remembers from the application for V-Gala, like the Google form application, there was a question, the last question I'm pretty sure on the application asked, are you okay with something happening to you that will likely disrupt your gameplay, but may lead to additional lore opportunities? That question was your consent for getting teleported. It's really funny. I think only like 5 people said no to that question. And that was very nice for me because I just had a list of those 5 people and I was like, okay, just not these people. And low-key, I kind of forgot about that list by the end of the event, and maybe I might have teleported one of them. I don't know actually. So I don't think I did, but I might have. But it was fine. It was fine anyways because like by then they could just walk back home if they needed to, and it really wouldn't be disrupting their event. But yeah, I don't know if anyone actually realized that was their consent. These are the 5 people. I know Katie was one of them. Yeah, Katie said no. There was a time where I was really highly considering teleporting Katie, but because she said no, I didn't. But yeah, that was everyone's consent. So in future applications, you gotta watch out for that, okay? If you don't want your gameplay interrupted, you gotta say no. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Happy I was taken. Yeah. It was always kind of like a risk. I wasn't sure if it would be like a good thing or a bad thing to take people. I think the biggest risk with kind of the mechanic of this event is like folks, would be very attached to the real world, and like they'd be very unhappy getting teleported here and stuck here. So I did try my best to like make sure that whoever was getting teleported kind of at least consented. I guess not just consented, but like that they could have, I could see them having a good time here outside of like their original plans. He fully thought he was gonna explode. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was so satisfying and fun watching folks' reactions to getting teleported. That was like my highlight. That was the highlight of every event, was just like teleporting to people that I had put the command in for, and then they're just like panicking their heads off. So the first 3 people I ended up teleporting were Balila, Cookie, and Ellie. And it was really funny. So Balila was like high-key freaking out. That was fun. Cookie was also freaking out. That was also really fun. And then Ellie was like farming. And then I was like, okay, maybe she just like doesn't see chat or something, That's fine. And then the countdown happens. And then she just goes like to a person who's like, okay, She's like, "Good work, everyone. Good night. I'm heading to bed." I'm like, "Oh no, what?" And then I realized that Ellie thought that it was like a countdown for the server closing, and not. And that. And she didn't realize. I think a few people actually thought that like it was a countdown for the server closing, because they were saying like, "Okay, it's time for bed," and they didn't realize like something else was happening. But yeah, I think it's very nice that we had that countdown because it really made people panic. And it was really fun, like not only watching people panic but people around them panic as well. Something I really considered when teleporting people is I prioritized folks that had people around them. I don't know if there were any instances where I teleported someone that was just by themselves. I really tried to make sure that like there were folks that could witness their disappearance, because I think that's also exciting. It's like exciting to be disappeared, but it's also very exciting to watch someone be disappeared in front of your eyes, to be clocked in front of your eyes. So I also tried to like really spread out the disappearances so that everyone could kind of have a taste of it almost. But W Martin, like that was a really nice plugin. It also worked, so if you somehow disconnected or something during the teleportation, you would kind of start back up once you log back in. Miss Dizzy's reaction? No, that's so unlucky. But yeah, fun fact. So the first few people I teleported was Balila, Ellie, and Cookie, but that was actually not the original plan. I had 3 other people I was going to teleport originally. The teleportations were also going to start earlier in the day originally, but because I was low-key still recovering from the trauma of the crashes, I didn't have it in me. We actually weren't going to teleport people at all the first day, because I was just too traumatized, but we ended up doing it, and I think the time we did it was very nice, where it's like people got a kind of taste of it, where it wasn't like so many people were getting teleported that like it was just widespread already by the end of day 1, but it was like the rumors were starting to happen, and the folks in who did get teleported were starting to get like their own kind of taste of things as well. So the original 3 players, oh my gosh, I was so proud of this lineup, and I was kind of sad that this didn't happen. But it was Balila, who was a really big risk at the time. So, yo, Killer Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. I guess first let me talk about a little bit about the criteria I had for choosing people. So, especially the first few teleports, I really wanted to make sure that they, weren't too important to the story. So I think, throughout the whole event, I didn't teleport any leaders or not many leaders. For example, like Asterix was like pretty much like on a no teleport list because they were so kind of crucial to the, well, I guess like they left eventually, but for like a good, like for the first few days, like there was no way I would teleport Asterix because, I didn't want like the Rosebuds to not have a leader and so on. So that was one criteria, is I wanted to make sure that like I wasn't interrupting the lore of the main story too much. Took Nash still, yeah, but Nash was later on. I think like once the portal opened up, it didn't matter as much because folks could just go back and forth. But definitely early on, I was more cautious of like making moves on players that like had already set up some lore in the normal world. So that was one criteria. Another thing, especially again in the earlier days, was I really wanted to make sure that the folks I teleported were good at Minecraft and weren't just gonna like walk into a ward and die. I wanted people that were like capable. And I also wanted to make sure I had like a good variety of people and personalities, so that people, could still get along. And I did also want to make sure that I teleported people that didn't really know each other, because I think that's part of the beauty in a way of these events is meeting new people, and what better way to meet new people than it being forced upon you. Yo, Sayagu! Welcome in. You did try to get Minecraft bets? Yes, a bit. So that became a little more flexible later on, but definitely the first few days, or I guess definitely the first day at least, I really made sure to target people that like knew what they were doing. So let's see. Yeah, so I think it was also really fun like trying to like guess who would, you know, maybe get along with each other, because I like, if you're teleported like into this scary world with like only 2 other people, like you're probably gonna stick with them, and that's gonna be like your low-key squad for a bit. So I really wanted to make sure that like it wouldn't be like awkward between people, and that people could get along, and that yeah, like it would just like the vibes would work out. That's something I was a little nervous about. So yeah, with that all being said, my first 3 people on my list that I'm again so sad it didn't work out was Belila, Masha, and then I was gonna teleport Rivers, Rivers PNG. Belila was a risk because I knew he had a pretty important role in the Black Feather Mafia, and I did feel kind of bad about taking that, not only from him but from the Black Feather Mafia as well, because I knew that would like put a wrench in their plans. So I actually got like an extra layer of consent from the Black Feather Mafia. So Katie, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I reached out to Katie before the event, saying with an offer. I offered, I'll give the Black Feather Mafia a item that's important to the lore, but in kind of exchange, something unfortunate will happen to the Black Feather Mafia very early on in the event. And Katie accepted, and so what they got was the Black Feather Mafia got one of the painting pieces. They got one of the portal painting pieces, and in return, I took that as permission for me teleporting Belila to kind of mess with them. Yeah, so that was kind of me feeling better about taking Belila. And then because I had heard rumors that Belila was previously a Minecraft creator, so I was like, okay, so this guy has to be pretty experienced, even though he died very early on in V Island. I was like, surely he'll survive longer. So I had faith in Belila. I don't know, Belila gives me gamer vibes too, so I was like, yeah. And then I wanted to balance Belila out with Masha, who I had been in a Minecraft collab with before, and then Masha was like very capable during that collab. But she's very sweet and very nice, and I felt very bad about adding her, but I was like, ooh, like, I don't know, it would just be like a good balance of personalities, I feel like, where I think Masha would be like a little more cautious almost. But unfortunately, Masha had like super bad lag issues day 1, and so that was not happening. So Masha, I don't think ever was ever taken to the Black Swan world, at least through that route. That's why I made him my right hand. Head of security, he's low-key good at Minecraft. My intuition was correct. And then Rivers, I thought would just kind of like be a good person to round out that group. But I think he seemed like he was doing his own thing, so I decided to just not teleport him yet, and so I went with Ellie and Cookie instead. And then the second group I teleported was just like I forget. I think it was Kaifa and Galileo was the second group I teleported, which I felt low-key a little bad about because it was just them two. But I just knew I wanted one more teleport for the day, and then I really couldn't think of anyone, and they were on my list of people that could be good candidates. So yeah, I think at the very least is, even if not everyone was good at Minecraft, I needed to make sure at least one person in each group was good at Minecraft. And so I knew Galileo was pretty good at Minecraft because he's a Minecraft player. He's a Minecraft main, I think. I know him from Minecraft. Yeah, Galileo who died. Yes. To be fair, I think we all underestimated the Wardens. So yeah, that was the second batch of teleports. And then yeah, I think going forward after that, like, I just continued to kind of monitor people and just see like who you know, we're, I guess, like, in a way, I don't know how to explain it, but like in a way kind of like disposable, or like rather like not important enough to like any plots in the main server that like their presence would like change the events of everything drastically. There were a few people where I like purposely teleported them to like change the events of the main world drastically almost, but like okay, disposable is not the right word, but it's like, okay, when I say disposable too, it's not like their lives are disposable, it's like their presence in the White Swan world was like not as important. Mika also, welcome in. But yeah, I did also teleport a few people that I knew weren't as good at Minecraft later on, which I'm very sad about because one of those people was Princess Maisel from the family. She ended up dying. But my kind of like mindset was like, by then a lot of people had already been teleported and they had like low-key a good idea of what was happening. And then I also made sure to teleport them like with people I knew were pretty good at Minecraft, so they arrived with my group. Yeah, I think Carrie Ann, I knew you were pretty decent at Minecraft. And I think Dizzy was in that group too. So I figured that between y'all things could like work out. Which, to be fair, it's not like Maisel died right away either. Also Maisel like didn't even die because of like skill issue or anything, so they could have been like a very pro Minecraft player and they probably still would have died in the situation they were in. There were just like a lot of unfortunate situations with Wardens that were not very avoidable. Want to get clocked, it looks so fun. I will say, I feel like I was like never sure what the Ben dynamic was, so I was always very hesitant to clock anyone from the Ben group, because I was like, I don't know too much what's going on, but like I didn't want to like teleport someone important on accident. Though I feel like it ended up working out because the Ben group still got a lot of involvement with the Black Swan world through the train. I think the Benists were like a lot of the train messengers were from the Ben group somehow. So I think that was like a nice balance. I also didn't really teleport Royals and Riches either because I also wasn't sure really what was going on with them. Pandas entered through the portal. Yeah, Pandas did enter through the portal. I did want to send a serial killer in eventually. It was actually going to be like a very big moment. I was gonna teleport a serial killer in the last 5 minutes of the event, and it'd be like low-key a cliffhanger. Like, not really for anyone in the event because no one knows that there's a serial killer, but like imagine like the movie, you know? Like, ooh, like, you know, people are getting teleported and then it's like the last batch of the day and then it's like the serial killer and then it's like, oh my gosh, like, oh, like what's gonna happen now? There's a serial killer in the Black Swan world amongst them. And then it's like, you know, episode end, right? Does anyone see my vision? Also, wait, Choco Bits, I'm so sorry I missed it, but thank you for the follow. And then 828, thank you for the follow as well. I see the vision. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, so there were actually quite a few other ways to enter the Black Swan world. Let me look at my notes a little bit. So there's clocking, kind of the most famous one, but you could also go into the Black Swan world through the radio tower. So we all know the radio tower. It's been slightly griefed. But next to the radio tower is this little well that now has a wall around it. It did not always have this wall around it, but this wall was like a bait because I think people took it all, but there are items here. There was like totems of undying, so like people would have a reason to fall into it, but then also there would be like warnings that were like, don't go in. And then how it worked is like you would fall in, and then there's only like a block or two of water, and then it would just be a free fall. And then I would hope people would like be like, oh my gosh, I'm going to die. But then instead of instead of dying, they would be teleported to the Black Swan world into this water cooler, which I think was like a nice touch. Like, you know, you're falling into water in water. And then you'd climb out and you'd be like, where the heck am I? Like, I fell into this well. Now I'm here. I just thought that was a nice touch. And I also didn't think too many people would fall into the well because it was clearly very dangerous. And I think not many people did, but I think the very first people in the Black Swan world actually came from the well. It wasn't Belila's group. It was, I think, Corin and Detective Goose fell through the well, and they were the first people here. And they actually made the space over here. They like lived up here for like all of day one almost. Then Corin just straight jumped into it. I didn't see Corin jump into it, but I believe it. I mean, Corin was like high-key thriving in the Black Swan world. There was like a time where everyone was like panicking because of wardens, and then I just see Corin like fishing in the corner in the Black Swan world. It was pretty insane. I don't know. I think that's also kind of funny because every time I like go into Corin's streams, she's always playing like the back rooms or something, and I think it's funny that she was like the first person into the back rooms. Kitsune! Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just going over V-Gala behind the scenes, a big Minecraft event I finished running about a month ago. That was before Belila's group? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was before Belila's group. That those two got in. But yeah, they pretty much just stayed up here for like all of day one, so they didn't really find too much. But I shouldn't talk about this because that's tomorrow's story. That's tomorrow's stream. Is I will talk about what happened during the event. So, sorry. I'm gonna leave you guys on the cliffhanger now. Tomorrow, yes, tomorrow. The Fingers played a Backrooms game before V-Gala. That's so funny. Yeah, so tomorrow's stream will focus more on what actually happened during the event, but today is more about the behind the scenes. So there's the well. There was also the ARG bunker was another way to get into the Black Swan world. And also a way out. So the ARG bunker is kind of just the prize of Semi's ARG. Don't fall. Okay. So essentially, if you completed Semi's ARG puzzle, you would get the coordinates of this bunker. And if you go into this bunker, it's so funny because like I made this surprise and Semi didn't even know what this did. But if you go in here, there used to be some lore. I had to remove it to add the sign. But if you just go in here, there's like low-key not much. And then if you keep going into this room, you're like, okay, there's literally nothing here. There was a white pearl here at some point. There was a white pearl on the wall. But you'd be like, okay, and you'd be like, this place sucks. Like, this was a lame ARG reward. You leave and bam, you get teleported into this room here. High key, just a random room I found in the hotel. I actually wanted this to be like somewhere else in the city, but I realized the hotel didn't have a lot of stuff in it, like a lot of actual lore important stuff in it, despite being so like built out, and I felt kind of bad about it because the build team worked so hard on the hotel, and I wanted like to maybe just give it a little more of like stuff to actually find in it. So I just like picked a random room in it, and yeah, so it would teleport you in here, and you'd be like, where am I? And that's another method of getting into the Black Swan world. I always meant the bunker as a way to like allow you to go back and forth between the worlds pretty easily. That was like the true reward of the bunker, is like almost a private access to the Black Swan world. I didn't realize, or I didn't think people would like teamwork so much in the Black Swan world. I don't know why I didn't think that, but I did not expect that the secrets of the hotel would be quickly shared with everyone, where that you could very easily, you know, find yourself in the Black Swan world on accident through the bunker, but you could also very easily leave the Black Swan world via the room next door, room 502. There used to be a closet here. I'll talk more about why there's not a closet there tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Again, guys, this is a 2-part stream. I need to up my average view count. I need to milk this a little more. Sorry. No, but also I don't think we have enough time to go over everything today. So I'll be talking about everything that happened during the event tomorrow. But mechanically, this was a method to go back and forth. Room 502, famously for being on the 6th floor. Is it on the 6th floor? That's so funny. The hotel was one of the last things to be built. Like, we were building this pretty much the day before the event started, and I had no overview. For most of the other structures, I was like pretty heavily involved in them, but not for this one. I just like literally just chose a room. I didn't tell anyone. But yeah, that was another way to go back and forth between the worlds. And then I think that's no, there was another very important one. Let me find it. The Polar Research Facility. Yes. But I think I'll talk about this portal later when we talk about the Polar Research Facility as a whole, because I think it just ties in so well with the Polar Research Facility. The Polar Research Facility, yes. I think even Laurel for a while didn't realize that this went to the Black Swan world. Give me 1 second. Checking my notes, making sure I missed anything. Okay. There were originally going to be a few more things for the teleports. I need the whole time. Oh, okay. I wanted to have the maze teleport people, like a random like corner of the maze teleport people, but I just high-key forgot about that, and we never did that, which is fine, because there were already like a lot of people. Like, there's a lot of traffic between worlds, so that was fine. It was definitely fine to not have more people become stranded in the Black Swan world. Something that I also wanted that I think would have been cool was, my original plan was I was going to have clocking be proximity based rather than like manually chosen by myself, where it's just like whoever is closest to like a certain item would be teleported. And then that way, if someone did the math and plotted each teleport, you know, like on a map of the island, they could figure out like the central location, you know? Like real detective work. But that didn't end up working out because, again, I think it was just really nice to be able to choose who gets teleported to make sure, like, you know, no one important got teleported. Or and also to make sure like the vibes were good. And also like the original location I was thinking of was the museum, where like it would like center on the museum. And then I realized that like if I did that, just the museum staff would all get teleported. Like the first, like there would be no, yeah, it would have messed up the museum staff. So that's why, I think that's the biggest reason why I scrapped that idea. So would have been cool in theory, but very quickly realized that was not the best idea. Okay, let me go back to the Black Swan world. So that's pretty much all the kind of disappearances that went on. I'm very happy with how things turned out and how there was always that sense of like people are disappearing. Like I don't know, that was like again the original plan. Like that was like the low-key central mechanic that this whole event was based around, and I feel like everyone's reactions to it was exactly what I was hoping for, and that makes me really happy. And I hope everyone enjoyed that as well. Kind of the experience of seeing your friends teleport and not knowing like if you could be next. I hope I don't know. I hope people like watch the trailer again and like, you know, read the tagline where it's like what was it, like something teleport scary stuff. Suzune! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Yo, you were in V-Gala as well, right? I'm doing some behind the scenes coverage. You might disappear too. Yes, that was the tagline. But yeah, how was your stream? What were you doing today? I was Nina in the Divas. Is Nina the correct pronunciation? But yo, welcome. Plunge the Mana. Ooh, that's a very classic RPG, I think. Oh my gosh, welcome. I hope you enjoyed. Enjoyed V-Civ. Oh my gosh, wait, I'm so honored. We have an actual V-Civ celebrity in my chat. Amongst the, I guess, many other V-Civ celebrities, but yeah, no, okay. Love V-Gala, yippee! That makes me really happy to hear. I was just saying, I really hoped everyone enjoyed like the teleportation mechanics of the event. I think there's always the risk that like you'll plan something out and then like people just will be like, okay, whatever. But I'm happy that like everyone really got immersed in like the teleportation aspect or like the disappearance aspect of it, and that the vibe truly was that like it was a mystery. It's pronounced Susan. Is that true? Is that real? The Diamond Guy, welcome in. Bon, welcome in as well. The only celebrities around here are you, Laura, and Akane, and Eri. No, that's not true. I think everyone in V-Gala was a celebrity. It was so fun watching each and every one of you. And I wish I could have teleported more people. It was honestly so fun just watching people's reaction to being teleported. But yeah, I think it was really cool that people were like actually just vanishing, and like other people didn't know where they went. I'm not sure if you all noticed, but when you first arrive, at least via clocking to the Black Swan world, you get a little message that says like, don't tell anyone out of character where you are. And I think everyone was really respectful of that, and it didn't feel like there were any major spoilers going on around the Black Swan world during the event. And I think that was really cool. Would have been fun during the talent show if everyone during the stage get teleported into the Black Swan world. Yeah, that would have been, I think I did consider teleporting someone at the end of the talent show, but definitely wouldn't have teleported anyone during the talent show, because I know everyone worked hard on, you know, their acts, and I didn't want to like steal anyone's thunder. But then something else ended up happening at the end of the talent show, so that also became scrapped. Brielle didn't know where anyone went. Watch several people disappear is stressful. I'm glad. I was really thinking about it, and I truly think that I think I don't know. I'm jealous. I feel like that seems so cool, being in like a Minecraft event and then like people just disappearing and you're like, what's happening? Could I be next? And I think that's something that makes VSIP really special, is that like it's such like a personalized like event, like personalized event almost, where it's like a normal video game, you know, wouldn't be able to have the same amount of like, what the heck, Ari, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome.
Our destination. We hope you enjoyed the flight and have a nice day.
What the heck? Shout out to Ari, one of the mods for V-Gala, and also kind of our guide for the Black Swan world. We planted Ari in the Black Swan world to kind of help folks out, and she did such an amazing job for it. The Black Swan world NPC. But yeah, I think it's like you wouldn't be able to like really experience this anywhere else, which I think is really cool and very unfortunate for me, because it's like, okay, but like, when am I gonna be teleported? Yo, Trashy Sage, welcome in. Welcome. Guys, why are there so many famous people in my chat? Trashy Sage, you're part of the Thieves Guild, right? Sorry, I don't know. I think I just like flexing my my V-Gala knowledge. I was. You're making an event for Roy? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, right now I'm just talking about the Black Swan world. So the Black Swan world, if you want to know kind of like the forming of the Black Swan world, I at least always wanted to have that the disappearance mechanic. But a question that we had to figure out very early on was, yo, Aldrich Wendigo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It was the dog that almost kept dying. Wait, I kind of remember that. Did you like fall and then have like half a heart left at one point? I feel like that happened to several folks. Oh my gosh. You guys gotta be more careful. It makes me so sad whenever anyone dies. I love V-Gala, what the heck? Well, V-Gala wouldn't have been as lovely as it was if it weren't for you, Ari. What made you start making these kind of events? I think I talk about this a lot during my V Island behind the scenes stream, but it was truly just like, well, to be honest, I've always wanted to like host Minecraft events. I just like, ever since I was a kid, I just feel like that seems fun, like a fun way to tell a story, like a interactive story. And then I watched Ish's Rich vs. Poor video, and just seeing the story that was made from that event seemed so cool, and that gave me kind of the motivation to just try that myself, since low-key, like, Rich vs. Poor was not a super complicated event in terms of preparation. Like, you just make an island and you just throw a bunch of people on it, and that's pretty much it. V-Gala was like high-key mogged Rich vs. Poor in terms of like actual stuff that happened during the event, like pre-planned stuff at the very least. But yes, that video was kind of the catalyst for it all. I'd say Rich vs. Poor. Highly recommend checking it out. I want to do a watch-along of it again, even though I've watched it like actually probably over 50 times. Like, I'm not even kidding. But it's been like a few months since I last watched it, so I think a watch-along could be fun. Fluxrata for real. But Yar, what was I saying? So we had the what in a way, like we knew that we were gonna have folks disappear, but we didn't know where they would disappear off to, and we had many different ideas. I I think that's that was the hardest part, is figuring out, you know, where they would go, because it had to be disturbing in a way. Like, I wanted it to be like scary. I wanted there to be risks, like a place that you wanted to leave. That was one thing I wanted for the Black Swan world. Like, I wanted disappearing to feel like a bad thing. Ads again. Thank you for letting me know. I always miss that. I will I will use the restroom actually during this ad break. Probably get some food real quick. So, everyone, we have been streaming for a good while now. Let's take a 3-minute break. I'll be back, and then I will yap some more about kind of like how we ended up deciding to make the Black Swan world a city and all that. Don't miss me too much, Starpies. Yo, I did see that art, Ari. It was so good. Oh my gosh, sorry, I've been so busy. I was meaning to reply to it, but it's so funny. Okay, I am back. Sorry, that took ended up taking a little longer than I expected. Susan A, also thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Hi back. Thank you. What was I saying? So, we had a lot of different ideas for the Black Swan world. I always thought like that's something like a city would be really cool to do, but the concern was always just like time and if something like that was possible. So we had a few other ideas, maybe just like another version of the island, maybe like a mirror version of the island, or maybe just like, I don't know, flat ground. Really like a lot of different thoughts, but everyone seemed very enthused about the city and very what's the word, like it felt like we had the energy to make the city possible. I guess because like building a city in Minecraft is high-key insane. Like that is a lot of work, you know? Like that is a lot of work. So I actually was kind of, I think, a little against it, just because I didn't think it would be okay. Yo, oh my gosh, Xiao, welcome in. I am going over the behind the scenes of a Minecraft event I hosted, I think around a month ago now, called V-Civ. But yar, so city, very ambitious. I think the thing that won me over, that made me agree to this, because I was pretty like, I don't know, which is something like I learned also is very important for these kind of events, is to say no, say no a lot. I think it's easy to get carried away. There's a lot of cool ideas and a lot of cool things you can do, but really sometimes you just have to say no. I always felt really bad, especially kind of nearing the end of the event as we got closer to you know, the start of the event. Like things would be suggested and I would just be like, no. Like they'd be like, I think like for example James would be like, oh, like I just thought of this like really cool idea, and like it would be like a cool idea, and like let's do this. I just be like, no. Which on one hand, like I think it's definitely good that I said no to a lot of different things, because we were already very stretched as is, and I can't imagine having more on our plates. But I do apologize if I was ever a little too curt for anyone, because I would just be like straight up just like no. This Minecraft world looks like such a vibe. I've not played custom world spawns before. Not sure what this one is about. This is a completely custom world that our staff team built for this event, which is insane. Like, ooh, we have the builders in the chat with us. Like, ooh, that's kind of crazy. I'd say James, high key MVP though. James, I think I might be misremembering this. I have a pretty good memory, but my memory of this is not super complete. But I'm pretty sure it was James. James was the one that like really pushed for this city, and was like, I will do it. Maybe, I don't know. That could be a lie. I could be lying about that. All I know is that I eventually decided to task James with the the mission of building out the city. So before then, I had pretty much been in charge of like a lot of supervising the build team pretty much. But with the city, I decided to just have James be kind of the supervisor of it, and he did a really good job of you know, one, working with the build team to like make sure that like everything was mapped out appropriately, and that the vibe was correct too. We very specifically followed a New York aesthetic, which I think really fits because given that like our museum is so metropolitan inspired, and that the Met, you know, is in New York. I feel like just like the city felt very cohesive, which was very impressive. This is too peaceful to be New York City. You didn't. I think actually though that brings up a really good point. Is a big part of what we wanted the Black Swan world to end up being like. So this is meant to be like almost a backrooms dimension. Is that it looks both normal, but it also is just not right. Like it's supposed to feel very eerie, you know? And I think like a empty city really captures that vibe super well. But I guess before I get too distracted, what really won me over, that I guess where I finally gave James the permission to attempt such a ambitious build, is that we were going to have it very Truman Show inspired, where this essentially is just a movie set, which I think fits well with kind of the Visive lore, which is very like movie set themed, where, you know, I'm the director, we have the assistant directors, the build team is called the set design team, and you know, hopefully we'll make a movie. So I think it ties well with that kind of piece of it, and just like logistically, you know, having these incompleted buildings is a lot easier on us, especially I think a lot of these like were copy pasted like throughout town, so you could find like the same, like not like these buildings are not all purely unique, you know, there's some that are copy pasted like throughout town and so on. So that's kind of what made me be like, okay, maybe this is possible. And we did, I think, have 2 months for the city, which high key was not enough at all, but I thought at the time maybe it was doable. But yeah, I am very happy we went with the city. I think it, you know, did end up being very rough at the end because we had a lot to do, because we were so ambitious, but I think it did lead to a very good experience, where one of the things I was really concerned about for the Black Swan world, yo, Floopy boy, welcome in, welcome to V-Gala BTS. But yeah, something I was really concerned about was that players that were teleported here wouldn't have anything to do. So I really wanted to make sure that whatever the Black Swan world ended up being was somewhere that would be really fun to explore, and that would have like a lot of secrets. Which, by the way, shout out to Faye, because like for the longest time, I think pretty much almost up until the day before the event, we just had, okay, actually, Starpeas, I'm being so honest, the Black Swan world did not exist until I'm pretty sure like 48 hours before the event started. Like this city did not exist. Like we had like the city built out, but like we did not have like the Black Swan world city built out. And oh my gosh, that was an effort to put this in so last minute, but But yeah, I think the city ended up working out well. And there was definitely, I think, like a good amount of things to do. I don't think anyone was ever bored necessarily in the Black Swan world. I do think people were maybe disappointed by like a lack of things to find. That's something I wanted to have more of originally, but we just didn't have time, was just like more puzzles and secrets in the Black Swan world. But yeah, unfortunately we just like, you know, didn't quite have the time for that. Also, Sky, welcome in, welcome in. Give me a moment. But yeah, conceptually, the Black Swan world, what the original idea was Truman Show inspired, because it was, you know, kind of like a movie set. The more outward you go, so some of these inner buildings actually have like fully made insides, but the more fully made interiors, but the more you know, outside you go, the more like these buildings clearly are just not real buildings, to the point where it's just like these are just like straight up flat walls and so on. And then eventually you get to like the edge and there's just nothing there. I think I had trees, yeah, just like some trees around at some point, but for the most part, that's it. And then it just leads to void, and it's also just one block deep, which was a concern. It wasn't actually meant to be just one block deep, but just logistically, it was very difficult to fill up the Black Swan world because we had some builds underneath that we couldn't just like cover up. So mostly due to it would have taken like probably like an additional 48 hours to build type vibe. At least like, okay, maybe that's exaggerating, but it would have taken at least like 10 man hours to build, which was not time we had. We decided to just keep it one block thick, and there were signs. I don't know if they were removed. No, yeah, there were signs that basically just said, don't dig down. One person digged. One person did dig down, and they died that way. But that was it. Only one person, which was not too bad. Any canon explanation of the museum signs? Yes, so the museum signs were placed there by Ari, who I'll talk about a little more later. So y'all were not the first group to find your way into the Black Swan world. Who died digging down? I will respect their privacy. But there was someone who died digging down. Yes. Nyariko witnessed it. Oh my gosh, that was so unfortunate. Yeah. But yeah, actually, it is funny. Carrie Ann brings up a good point that one of the unintended consequences of it being one block thick was it was really easy for players to just kill the wardens by spleefing, essentially. I kind of wish there was like a spleef fight almost in the Black Swan world. That would have been fun. But yeah, just goes to void underneath. Very scary. Oh, I guess not here. What happened to the passengers in the subway cars? Are you talking about the book in the library? That's actually kind of purposely left a little open-ended. So I will not be saying today what happened to the passengers in those subway cars. Probably not something great. Something else that we were really inspired by is, yo, Catalan, welcome in, welcome. Good amount of risk killing the wardens that way, so it's fine. Yeah, I'm actually kind of happy that you all found a way to kill the wardens. I think that was really cool. Can you tell me? I haven't heard this. I don't think he knows. So actually, I know everything because I am the director, but So there are some things, you know, that as the director I know is better off left unsaid. um okay, so let me show this. Well, maybe not that. Let me add a new image. So one of the main inspirations for the Black Swan world was this movie poster. Not this movie, but specifically this movie poster, I think, really is what we built the city off of in terms of vibes. It is the zone of interest, which I just thought it was really cool, where it looks just like a normal city, but then it's dark. That was kind of the big inspiration, is just the zone of interest. I see it. Yes. I think like it kind of existed in my head before the zone of interest, but the zone of interest provided just like a really good visual to communicate, or rather specifically, again, the poster for the zone of interest provided a really good visual to communicate kind of what I was thinking for the vibe. And I think the build team really knocked it out of the park, which, I mean, really, like, what it was is that it's just like a normal city, but then the sky is black, which all we did was cover the world in black concrete. And that doubly worked out for us because it was really easy for us to just tell the build team, like, hey, we're just making a city. And then we didn't have to tell them about the black concrete part. But Yar, that's kind of like where the idea of the Black Swan world came from. And I think it worked out really, really well. We did also have a few structures in the Black Swan world. It was concrete. Yes, it was, and I forgot to world guard it. So in theory, and some people did, you could break out of the Black Swan world just by like going far enough. You could break out. Forget. I think it might be like a little thick. Okay. No. I'm just underground. Oh my gosh, yeah. So the Black Swan world is mostly underwater. And I think one of the like mentally hardest parts that we built, I don't know how to describe the situation we were in. I had a meeting with the assistant directors, and I was just like straight up like, okay, we gotta like do a lot of this build because it's not done. And I was like, one of it is like we gotta like put the Black Swan world into the server because it's not there yet. And we spent like, it felt like 10 hours. I'm pretty sure it was only 4 hours, but it felt like 10 hours, like just like clearing out the ocean, because we are just like in ocean right now. And so what we had to do was like get like the wand tool and just be like, go to like one area, and okay, here I'll just do like set. Oh my gosh, I don't even remember the command anymore. Good, I'm healing. That's healing. Pause one. We'd be like pause one, and we go like far away. We have to like fly there and take forever because flying in Minecraft takes forever. And then we do like pause two, and then like this huge area, we'd be like set air. But then we had to be careful not to do it too much, because if we replace too many blocks, the server would crash and we would have to restart the whole process. Yes, and we did crash the server. And we had to use a backup, and it sucked. It was so awful. Between the three of us, it took 4 hours. If only Axiom was working. Axiom, okay, we could have used Axiom, but also none of us knew how to use Axiom, and then Axiom cost money. We were kind of on a budget at this point. Look, one of my favorite times. Ooh, okay. I just remember, I think I was watching like Everpride throughout it. It was kind of fun looking back on it. Okay, I'm glad you guys think so. During it, I wanted to smash my head into the wall. I was like smashing my head in the wall. But yeah, honestly, a lot of the build days though were pretty fun. Even though I was like kind of in a coma. I was in Everpride. I might have heard you. I might have heard you before I knew you, Mika. That's so funny. But yeah, I was watching Everpride while that was happening. So wow, I guess I know the exact day that we did that. That's crazy. It was on a weekend. But yeah, that was traumatic. And then James is just happy to be there. What else? I think that's pretty much it for like the Black Swan world as a whole. I think I'll give a little tour about some of the more interesting parts about the world. So we have the museum, and then we have 3 official structures in the Black Swan world as well. The first structure is the business tower, which I'm very happy with. So the business tower was something very new to V-Gala, a new kind of format of structure that I think will return if there is ever a V-Civ 3. It is a mob dungeon essentially. So each floor of this business tower has different mob spawners. So the first floor I think has slime spawners, and then there's like probably zombie spawners, and then skeleton spawners, and then wither skeleton spawners, and then blaze spawners. Keeps going up and up and up, and the higher you go up, the more dangerous Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I was like, dang. I know I have a nice name, but you're overusing it a little bit. Okay, no, but no, actually, thank you for letting me know. But yes, I think the business tower was balanced pretty well, honestly. I was pretty unsure about it because I've never made like a mob dungeon before. PG Sunshine, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But I definitely wanted at least one person to die in it, but I didn't want like it to be impossible, and I think 2 or 3 people ended up dying in the business tower, which I felt like was a good balance for the number of people that went in here. Rip Mark Hive, yes. Fun fact, so as we were kind of testing, by the way, huge shout out to Faye. So Semi and James built the business tower. I kind of decided the spawners, and then Faye was the one that place tested the business tower, put in like rewards for the business tower, and then it also like adjusted the spawners based off of like their play test results. So huge shout out to Faye, because this business tower would not have been as good as it is without them. But it was pretty funny because while that was happening, we were watching the traders, and so we as kind of a tribute to the traders, we decided to name some of the mobs after the traders. So Vindicators are very strong in hardcore Minecraft. They will like 2-shot you with full like diamond armor. So Vindicators are very, very scary. I learned that. And so we couldn't have a Vindicator spawner because like you're not gonna survive. But I wanted Vindicator, so we just had 3 Vindicators with name tags after like the 3 top traders. It was like Tara, Eric Nam, and I think someone else. And Tara actually ended up killing Mark, which was so funny because I just saw like in the chat like Mark has been killed by Tara. Rob was not a Vindicator. Rob was the elephant thingy. But yes, we did have Rob. We had Rob as an elephant. That was funny. Sad I missed out on y'all reacting to most of it. To be fair, I don't know how like audible we were because it was crunch day, so we were dying, but no, it was definitely fun. I think like truly shout out to whoever's Hulu ? Account we were borrowing, because like I don't think we would have survived without the traders and also Love Island. But yeah, that was honestly like just like a nice memory I have working on this event. It's just the traders. Shout out Eno. wait, it's Eno, I think. But yes, Black Swan World. Business Tower. The next structure is the movie studios. Where are the movie studios? I actually I have a point. So the movie studios ended up becoming a lot more important than I personally expected them to be. They're very much on the outskirts of the Black Swan world, and so I actually didn't expect folks to find the movie studio so early. I say that, but you'll find out tomorrow why folks found the movie studios so early tomorrow. So, we actually hit a lot of very, in a way, important things here, just because this was almost meant to be like one of the last things players found, which didn't end up being the case, but this was kind of the meta portion of the event almost. Like, you have, you know, the set, and then now you have movie studios, and so we have 3 movie studios. The first one just has some like more sets in them. Oh my gosh, these sets look so good. We have some command blocks. These were actually the command blocks we used during the event, and I did protect the walls, but I didn't protect like the block outside the walls, so players were able to use a button to get inside. And that's why we had a server is closing in 30 minutes warning, like an hour, like 2 hours before the server was actually meant to close. I was like, okay, but I did end up fixing that. But I think more importantly here, we have someone's head, because this is actually no, I'm not gonna say. Spoilers for tomorrow. But we have these meeting rooms down here. This one's empty. This one's empty. This one has some like references to the movie. I did not write this, by the way, so I cannot promise or say anything if this is true or not. But here, scan this QR code right now. Because this was like the meta portion of the event. WQR code, yes. I think Ari, you made this right. W Ari. But if you were to scan this QR code, essentially it just takes you to a Google Doc where I copied some of our meeting notes and I kind of just condensed them to like avoid like things that didn't make sense, or like that we ended up not doing, and things that like were a little too spoilery. But I made a Google Doc, which this QR code led to, that had a script of the opening. The breeze floor was a bit loud. Sorry, I'm so bad at keeping track of YouTube chat. Yeah. I think if you stayed at the business tower for a long time, like the mobs would add up so fast, and it was a little scary. And very loud. Why command blocks instead of having functions? Because I don't know what functions are. Because we're all kind of Minecraft noobs. Not really. I mean, we're like command block pros at this point, but like, what are these function things? I actually don't know. But no, we did kind of purposely make it so that like players could kind of see the behind the scenes as just kind of part of the meta, I guess, the meta-ness of it. Otherwise, yes, this QR code. We didn't expect as many people to find this QR code as they did. So I will say that the meta-ness, I guess, of V-Gala was not meant to be as pronounced as it was. Like, a lot of people theorized that, like, this whole thing was like a setup, and like it is like in reality, like you know, fully meta, like this yeah. This is a Minecraft event. But we didn't mean for it to be like super canon into the lore. It was like more of a Easter egg kind of thing, but I mean it also is canon. Like that is the real life canon. So I don't know. Take this as you wish. Everything was scripted and more because of this. Everything was fake only if you choose to believe so. But like, I don't know, my kind of thinking, and you could have a different interpretation of it, but my thinking of it is that within this world, everything is still real. Everything is still real. Especially because truly, I think, you know, what really makes these events special is your own individual interaction, and none of that was scripted. Yeah, that was pretty neat. And then we had the other way, the next studio, which was the train studio. Guys, like actually you guys got to be there tomorrow for my recap stream, because you guys are not gonna believe the events that transpired here that led to like a whole farm being built here. Isn't that crazy? The train, oh my gosh. So I knew from the start that I wanted a train. I wanted the train to be in the Black Swan world, specifically so players can communicate with each other. But I did not think that it would be like what ended up happening would happen. Sorry to be vague, but I need you guys to return for tomorrow's stream. But yes, we have the train, and this does connect to the other trains that you'd find around the island. And this is essentially like a movie set. And then lastly, the very last warehouse, you have a set of basically the Minecraft equivalent of the moon, the end. I don't know if the end is actually the Minecraft equivalent of the moon, but I've always like thought that there's been some kind of correlation between the moon and the end. I don't know. Thoughts? I just like, doesn't this look like it could be the moon? But this is kind of like a funny reference to like, you know, the moon landing was faked almost. Does anyone get that? Is that like old person stuff? But that's why this is here. It's like that, the conspiracy theory thing. Yes, old people, thank you. Can we get a shout out for all the unks in the chat? The cheese blocks from the moon in the April Fool snapshot was basically Endstone after all. See, I'm telling you. Thanks to V-Gala, I'm scared of clock noises and thunder sounds. Wait, I kind of get that. I feel like there was like a period of time where I was definitely recovering from the thunder sounds in V Island, and now probably V-Gala. And then the final main structure of the Black Swan world is Club Sacrifice, which I'll talk about a bit more about later. Maybe not even today. But Club Sacrifice was essentially just a kind of a death game almost. I'd say it was a death game that was very, very experimental for V-Gala. So I hope it was enjoyable for everyone. But Club Sacrifice was truly kind of just my personal pet project almost. No one else really worked on Club Sacrifice aside from me. We did have a play test, so I did get a lot of feedback then. But otherwise, like, Club Sacrifice was just my project. And just like something I wanted to try to sneak in. I didn't actually end up really finishing it as much as I wanted to in time. So I almost scrapped it because of that. But the rest of the team convinced me to keep it. But I was pretty ready to scrap it. So any deaths that happened were not my fault. And this is the basement for Club Sacrifice, which I did not build the basement. I think Ari and Yomi built this during one of the crunch days. It was fun. I'm glad. Yeah, so Club Sacrifice is the third and final structure, but there are a few more things. Let me see. So we also have a phone booth, which I don't know. I saw this, I think, in a YouTube short, and I was like, I just want this in my event. So basically what you do is, it's a telephone booth. You go inside, and this is broken, but it's not supposed to be broken, because I forgot to build protect it. But you put a, what is it called? Okay, please hold. Yeah, so you go in here and you click the floor, because this kind of looks like it's not a shulker box, but I guess it does, because I'm pretty sure the person found this like incorrectly by mining it because they knew it was a shulker box. But you're supposed to not know it's a shulker box, or rather this is supposed to be world protected, and then you open it up and then bam, you are down here, and it's like a secret little entrance. And then there was not too much here. There's just like some Club Sacrifice tickets and some items, but this did exist as like a little Easter egg I put in. I didn't actually build this, but I kind of added this kind of in the final few days to just add a little more stuff to the Black Swan world, because again, I really wanted to make sure that that there was just like things to find in the Black Swan world. Wait, is F3 plus F4 real? Don't tell me that. I kind of don't want to know. That seems scary, because I probably could have saved hours of my life if you had told me that earlier. I'm just gonna pretend that like crashes my computer or something. Okay. What else do we have? We had the park. Yo, okay. So we originally wanted to have a lot more mobs in the Black Swan world, to make things more dangerous in a way. I guess it would be balanced by like there'd be less wardens and more other mobs. But for the park specifically, I spawned like a bunch of killer bunnies and like they killed no one, which I don't know. I feel like I got nerfed because everyone kept telling me like, oh my gosh, Roy, you're so evil for spawning killer bunnies in the park. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know, like they just should kill the killer bunnies. And then they'd be like, no, Roy, you're evil. So then I decided to not spawn that many killer bunnies, but they just killed the killer bunnies, and then they weren't even a threat. Corn was literally fishing in the park, like, There were killer bunnies. Yes, there were killer bunnies. They weren't even that strong. They would like 3-shot you if you had full diamond. So I regret not spawning more killer bunnies in the park. And then let's see. Pretty much the only mobs otherwise were the Endermen, because this is an end biome. That's why there's so many Endermen, is because it's an end biome. And the reason it's an end biome is so that when you dig into the void below, it's black. Because if it's not an end biome, then it looks blue. That is why it's an end biome. Even now, it does not look fully black. Bro was low-key gonna not do Club Sacrifice because he felt like it was too evil, and all the staff was like, no. See? I am not evil. I'm not evil. I'm actually very kind and very understanding. Can she use the void one? Probably. I was thinking like there should be like a black one because I've seen it before in YouTube videos. But it's okay. Otherwise, I mean, also having the Enderman was nice because Endermen are pretty strong in hardcore. But we were gonna have more mobs, and we were going to have like textures for the mobs as well, but we just did not have time for them. So we were going to have very specifically a lot of creakings, because creakings are really scary, but darn, we did not have time because creakings are so annoying to implement because they need like creaking hearts, and those were just kind of a pain to put in. So we did not end up actually having any creakings in, but it would have been fun. Would have been fun. Something else that we wanted, or at least I wanted, was like to have an actual day-night cycle in the Black Swan world, where there would be like a fake sun up here, that like whenever it's nighttime, like the sun would go away, and then when it's daytime, it would come back, and then like really, I was gonna be like, okay, maybe this was a little evil, but I wanted to do something where it's like every time it was, yo, what the heck, no, thank you for the raid, welcome in.
Now reached our destination.
Yo, no, who played Jules Goldstrike in V-Gala. Welcome. Yo, no, how's your stream? What are you doing? Phantasma, Goria, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I love you, what the heck? No, we love you, no. And all the very precious characters you always make for these events. Yeah, I'm just talking a little bit about the Black Swan world right now. Your model's so charming. Oh, thank you. Let's see, what was I talking about? Just talking about how you were ever sad about something, I'd probably cry for a week. No! Wait, that'd make me sad, so you can't do that. That'd be like a cycle of infinite sadness. Can't have that happen. A loop, yeah. What was I talking about? The Black Swan world. Yeah, so I wanted to have like a fake sun, and I was gonna be kind of evil where every time it was nighttime in the real world, we were just gonna use like a daylight sensor. There would be like a command block that changes all the lights, like every single light in the city, into like not a light. And it would just be pitch black in the city at night. But that logistically was like very not possible to do. Laurel kind of touches upon this in her behind the scenes stream, but there's a limitation of command blocks where, well, leave, what the heck? Yo, leave, welcome in.
Enjoyed the flight and have a nice
Yo,
day.
W Leaf. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing today? How did your stream go? Damn Cat, welcome in. That one rat, welcome. Yuki Hero, welcome in. Spartan Sams, welcome in as well. What the heck? But Yar, I'm just going over some behind the scenes of the Black Swan world. And I was just saying that I really wanted to have like the world just completely black out at night, except maybe the museum. But one limitation of command blocks is they only work if a chunk is loaded. So say I have a command block here, it will only work in any loaded chunk. So I guess like if someone else was like in a chunk back there, it would still work. But if no one was there, it wouldn't work. And then like we would just have chunks that like are lit up and chunks that are not lit up, and like it would just not work. So very unfortunate. Basically like command blocks just cannot affect any chunks that aren't loaded. So if I had a command that was like turn this tree into like amethyst, but the command block was like in a different chunk, like say these are like different chunks, and then I activated this command block, nothing would happen to that tree because that chunk was not loaded when I activated the command block. In theory, we could have gotten around this by just like using a plugin or something to like force load the command block or force load the chunks all the time, but that would probably create other issues such as lag. So we just decided not to have that. You worked so hard. We all, the entire staff team worked very, very hard. Secret Flower loading. Welcome in, welcome in. How's the stream? It's going well. Oh my gosh, I've been yapping my my mouth off, and ooh, we actually might need to split this into 3 streams. I was gonna do a recap stream tomorrow, and I think I still might, but I might have to do a separate stream to talk about the different structures, because there's a lot left. Another piece of the Black Swan world that we wanted to do that we didn't have time for. V-Gala looks so cool to watch. Well, I would recommend watching it. There's so many amazing POVs to choose from, and they're all so unique and amazing and fun to watch. And I honestly, low-key, still have to catch up. I wish I could have seen everyone's POV. High-key, same. I mean, you still can. Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, people's VODs still exist. But yeah, something else that we wanted originally for the Black Swan world that ended up not happening is we wanted the subway system to just have a bit more stuff to it. But unfortunately, the subway system was fairly nothing. There were just like the tunnels in it, which was still nice. Like, it did give people like a route to kind of avoid the wardens, but also low key the tunnels were kind of a little more dangerous in a way because you couldn't see the wardens, but they could still attack you via their ranged attacks. So kind of false advertising, but also not, because I changed the advertising, so it was not really false. But we also wanted to have a sewer system as well that players could go through and explore, but yeah, we did not have time for that. Otherwise, I think kind of the last piece to show of the Black Swan world is we had this. The Signet Museum's office building. So if you go in here, it's like an office. And you go down this like creepy hallway. It's very, I don't know, office vibes. Everyone would have drowned. It would have been like a bigger sewer system, not like a one block sewer system. By the way, did you know you could turn yourself small in Minecraft? You probably do know if you were in the stress test, but using vanilla Minecraft commands, you could turn yourself into 1 block tall. And that was so useful for building those 1 block tunnels. But yeah, if you go in here, it's a research lab. So there were actually animal spawn eggs in here so that players could, you know, like players stuck in the Black Swan world could still get access to animals. I think there was a painting piece in here as well. And then there was like a good amount of lore in here, talking about basically, I think this place, the lore here, it kind of explains that you need to put the painting pieces back together to create the portal between worlds. You can make people and mobs into giants. Yes, you can. Yes, yes, yes. I just want to say, like, no one in the team had any command block experience going into this event, and it just makes me so proud. Just how much everyone was able to learn, and become so good at command blocks. Just, you know, for the sake of this event, and we really did come up with a lot of really, really cool things with them. Like, I think I mentioned this before, but I officially grant command block certification to Laurel, James, and Airy. Like, we cooked. Otherwise, some lore. Okay, I guess let me show the hotel. The hotel wasn't really a structure, but kind of was. I already showed the bunker room, and low-key, that's kind of it. But the hotel is a good setting for my next topic, which is Ari. Ari, who raided earlier, one of the NPCs, the NPC of the Black Swan world. Ari's role essentially was to like help guide people in the Black Swan world in case, you know, they got stuck and weren't sure how to progress, or just needed like help surviving, Ari was kind of like the guide for that. So Ari lived in the hotel, which I actually didn't imagine the hotel to be this fleshed out. I was just thinking like a smaller hotel, but like, oh my gosh, they cooked so hard. I want to like kind of live here. You see this? Graveyard in the hotel. Yes, there was. So the hotel is also kind of a reference to V Island. While you definitely didn't have to know anything about V Island going into this event, I did want to still have a few nods to V Island, and the hotel really is kind of the nod, where this is Mein Kai Expo, the original destination for anyone that was going to V Island, because my very first event, V Island, the lore of that was pretty simple. It was basically a lot of VTubers were on a plane to Mein Kai Expo, and the plane crashed, and they never made it to Mein Kai Expo. But this was kind of like, now you can make it to Mein Kai Expo. It's here. But like in a bad place. And also canonically, the worlds kind of are not the same. You are not basically, well, I guess you were allowed, but like fully canonically, I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's like a different universe between V Island and Gala. Mein Kai was actually near the Gala. It was, yes. It was literally like a street away, a 2-minute walk. But kind of to match the V Island vibe, Ari suggested this herself, but Ari played as her V Island character, and her lore basically was that after the events of V Island, some of the players who had kind of passed away during V Island, if you weren't here during V Island, how V Island ended was the players defeated a Wither, and they made a wish on the Wither Star to revive all their dead friends and escape the island. And that's kind of the canonical ending of it. But in this kind of alternate universe, in a way, Ari does get revived, as well as like a lot of other folks from the Merchants Guild specifically, which Ari was a part of. So all these graves here are folks from the Merchants Guild that passed away during V Island. So they somehow ended up here when they were revived, and they had to survive, and they did not survive except Ari. So that's why all these graves are here, and Ari is the lone survivor, and that's why Ari is like high-key traumatized and like bruised up and everything. So yes, Ari had a very tragic backstory. So definitely, like, you did not need to know anything about the Merchants Guild, like to solve any puzzles or anything, but I guess it does kind of answer kind of the full question. I like to think of it as kind of, again, playing with the meta, where it's like V Island 2 was like, in a way, just a movie. And so it's like they woke up in the movie set after the movie. That's kind of how that all ties in. And then something else I like to think about is, it's really funny. This actually happened because of more technical limitations, where as moderators, we don't get teleported from any World Guard related items, because because we're immune to World Guard essentially, as a moderator, as a opt player. So Ari like could not go through the portal once it was completed because it used World Guard. Like she could if she turned World Guard off for herself, or World Guard like bypass, but we decided to just kind of make it canon that like she like normally couldn't go through the portal. And I just personally like to think of it. Satsu! Welcome in. But I personally like to think of the reason why she can't quite go through the portal is because that's not her portal. She's not truly from like the same universe as V-Gala. Yo, Galileo, welcome in. I'm just going over the behind the scenes of the Black Swan world right now, where I think you actually spent a majority of the living portion of the event, your time alive during the event. Ads. Okay. I'm sorry. My entire lore was being in the Black Swan world. I was so sad you died. It was really unlucky. I also, okay, it was kind of a mistake for me to teleport Kaifa in the second batch with Galileo, because I didn't realize Kaifa wasn't able to log in on the second day. That was something else I considered, is how many days a player could log into. But Kaifa was kind of like a last minute decision. And yo, what the heck, Yomi? Thank you so much for 4 months. What the heck? We became close friends because of that? Okay. Maybe W actually. Maybe Roy matchmaker. But yeah, I did feel bad because I didn't know Kaifa wasn't able to log in the next day. And so Galileo was left all alone. I think you did eventually find people, which was good. It's kind of funny. I think I originally meant to teleport you with Kaisu, and then you ended up finding Kaisu. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for ads to finish before talking too much more about Ari's backstory. But also, I should still kind of keep talking about it, because if I don't, I'm just gonna forget what I was talking about. I also didn't do the world guard thing, like Ari had to make that lore relevant. Meanwhile, Laurel's world guard thing just like broke on her. Like Laurel like just couldn't teleport at all in the museum, and there was like, I don't really know if there was a way around it. That happened to me at some point, but I managed to fix it eventually, just like by existing. Did you nerf fishing in V-Gala? Fishing was nerfed. You could only get certain enchantment books. Okay, ads are over, so I'll finish kind of telling Ari's story. But yeah, I like to think of it that Ari couldn't go back, couldn't go through the portal, or maybe didn't want to go through the portal because like the V-Gala world is not Ari's world. You know, that's not going home for Ari. Yo, what the heck, intern? Thank you for the raid. Yo, intern, how's the watch on? Was it fun? Have you been enjoying my stream? Also, Henry, welcome in. But yeah, huge shout out to intern, by the way. Guys, I'm so honored that someone would do a watch along stream. What the heck? Would have loved to interact with Ari, especially after day 4. We kept talking about her ghost. That was my excuse. Honestly, thank you all so much for like everyone who played NPCs for being always so flexible and creative. You're so cool. No, you are intern, founder of VTFM, creator of the VTFM Summerfest, Winterfest, Fallfest question mark. So many questions? Feel free to ask. You're inspiring. What the heck? I'm glad that this is educational though. That makes me feel happy. I don't know. I'm like low-key like yapping. I'm like, does anyone care? Like, is anyone gonna find this useful? Why am I talking about this like it's a tutorial video? The collab server has tier 3 watch parties. Okay, but like they're also watching themselves, right? Cause view count. I'm JK. Yo Soma, welcome in. Yo Soma, how are you doing? Welcome. You're a streamer, bro. Yes, I returned to streaming. I was not a streamer for a little bit, but I'm back. Yeah, I think that's pretty much I'm sad. I love behind the scenes stuff. This makes me so happy, actually. Yippee. I do think that is pretty much it for the Black Swan world. We're gonna have a part 3 for sure. I'm debating if there's anything else I want to talk about today, or if I just want to save it all for part 3. Because I think really what we have left is, you know, the actual island. We haven't even gotten to the island. Isn't that crazy? Live stream is good. BTS videos are so cool. What the heck? I'm glad you think so. Part 3, holy moly. Okay, but like, Laurel, think about it this way. You had a whole stream just about the Polar Research Facility. How do you think how do you think I feel? Call it the making of Gala. Honestly, kind of W idea. But I think I'm kind of allergic to long form content. Or rather, I think I'm allergic to editing. What was up with that one red phone booth in the BSW? That was just kind of honestly, that was like, in a way, like a last ditch attempt to just add some more stuff to find in the Black Swan world. There wasn't any like particular lore or anything about it. It was just like, I really wanted to make sure there were things to discover in the Black Swan world, and we unfortunately didn't get a lot of time to add a lot of stuff like that. But we did have just enough time to add like that one phone booth, just as like another thing, you know, to reward players like actually roaming the city. Was the 2 stacks of life insurance coins intentional? That was not intentional. But it was like, you guys found them and I was like, oh, okay, well, now there's just inflation, I guess. I told Faye, I was like, okay, so prepare for some like inflation. But it was okay because because you died and most of them despawned. But no, that was not intentional, but we kind of rolled with it. I was kind of sad, honestly, though, when you died, because I was like, dang it. I was kind of looking forward to inflation. Galileo was going to return with Kaifa, and there'd be like suddenly the richest people on the island. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's it for the Black Swan world. So tomorrow I will be doing a recap of the event, and then we'll have a part 3. I'm not sure when yet. I might just do it on Thursday. We'll just do 3 like crazy streams back to back, and I'll just be dead, but that's fine. And then Thursdays, or okay, not whenever part 3 stream is, part 3 stream will be focused on the actual island, which is again crazy that we have not even talked about the island itself yet. We'll talk about the island on part 3, and we'll also talk about all the structures during part 3 as well. You better be resting well after. I will be passed out very soon, I feel like. But before that, I think one more thing I'll go over today is I can talk about Club Sacrifice probably for maybe like 30 minutes, and then we'll end stream after that. Okay, so Club Sacrifice was insanely I think probably the most kind of experimental part of this event, where I really wasn't sure how people would react to it, if like maybe they would feel unhappy because it's like too dangerous, if anyone would even be interested, if like people would be unhappy because it's so oh my gosh, where did the Galileo head go? Wait, that's messed up. It's gone. Okay, it used to be here. But Club Sacrifice yes, was very experimental. Wasn't sure how players would react to it. Also wasn't sure because it was very limited in amount of spots. I wasn't sure if it would be, if players would feel like left out. To try to counteract that, it was live streamed, which was so scuffed. so scuffed. But that's fine. But I think a lot of people still ended up enjoying it. I think, again, like, it was kind of not completed because I just didn't have time, but it was in like a good enough state, so we still went through with it. And I think it worked out, and I think next time it'll definitely be even better if we do a season 2 of Club Sacrifice. We got my head during tourism weekend. W. But I also kind of miss it here. Everyone on the Swana and the Death Player server was watching their phones on TV the whole time. I can imagine. Oh my gosh, I'm very grateful for this. Like, it was really such an honor. I hope this doesn't come off as ungrateful at all, because like truly, like, really it meant so much to me that so many folks were watching Club Sacrifice, and like I don't know, I still like feel like I'm kind of processing it, but I think I averaged like 130 viewers during Club Sacrifice, which was truly insane, and it really makes me happy that so many people were invested in it. But also, that was my only Twitch stream in all of July, so there's like a website I use to like just kind of keep track of my viewer count, and it's like it looks like I'm a flop now. I'll never reach that same peak again that I did in July, because it averages out your average viewer count every month, and then it's like you could see me like slowly going up. Like originally, like I had a very nice like steady progression, I guess, and then now it's just like there's like a peak in July, and then it just goes way back down. And I'm already very grateful for I don't know what my numbers are, because I don't really check them that often, but I'm always grateful for all the support, and any viewer, even if it's just one viewer, I'd still be happy to stream. But I don't know. it also like at a glance, if you were to just check me out on the website, kind of looks like I'm in my flop era now because of that. But I don't know. I think overall, I think that's just kind of like a little thing I find funny. But really overall, I'm super grateful for all the support, and it really made me happy that so many people were like invested in Club Sacrifice. And I hope more than like invested in me, I hope everyone was invested in the folks actually participating in Club Sacrifice, because I think it's like a neat way to showcase people as well. But yeah, I think I've been thinking about kind of doing deaf game events in general, because I think those could be fun. But I really realized like that this is a very unique opportunity where like deaf actually kind of means something, and that's kind of why I decided to have Club Sacrifice during V-Gala specifically. If it didn't happen during V-Gala, I probably would have had it as a standalone thing. And I think for like a good while I was just questioning like, should this just be a standalone thing? But I wanted to just try with V-Gala to see like how it would feel with like true permadeath and like actual stakes, where it's like not just permadeath in the sense that like, oh, like you've lost Club Sacrifice. It's like not only have you lost Club Sacrifice, if you die, you're dead in like the overarching event of V-Civ. So yes, very experimental, but I feel like overall the reception was fairly positive. I will say that I do think some folks were expecting it to be more, I don't know if dangerous is the right word, but like I think folks were expecting a bit more death, and it's kind of what I've talked about earlier, but dying really sucks in a Civ event. And I didn't want it to have an option where it's like there's no way to get out of it without anyone dying. So yeah, it's hard to balance, I think, especially with something like this where I feel like things can change so easily, where really it's like up to the players if they want to let each other live or not. During our playtest, actually, it was a lot bloodier, I'd say. I think probably for several reasons. One of them probably being that like it truly wasn't permadeath in the playtest. Like there weren't as many stakes. But players were also kind of like buffed up because they had netherite swords rather than helmets in the playtest. But Yar, I could probably talk more about that maybe tomorrow, like what actually happened during Club Sacrifice. But for now, let me actually move on to Club Sacrifice. Or actually, let's not, because I need to show you something first. Alright, so this is the entrance to... Okay, so this... How do I get in? Let me get in. Okay, this is the entrance to Club Sacrifice, and this is part of what I mean by like it wasn't finished. Originally, these were all hallways that folks could go through. And it would like clear your inventory, and this is where the rules would be, and then like the netherite sword would be here. Some background for those of you who don't know. Club Sacrifice essentially is this kind of elusive club. There were 12 tickets around the world, and if you had a ticket, you had priority for Club Sacrifice. Otherwise, you could give it to someone else, or you could just decide not to use it, and then I would decide who ended up going to Club Sacrifice on kind of their behalf. So I didn't force anyone to go to Club Sacrifice. It was all just completely, willing. But originally I was gonna do like a cool thing where, well, first of all, my original idea, I wanted it to be public, where it's like people could actually just watch Club Sacrifice in person. But the reason I didn't do that is because there was no way for me to like soundproof things, and if there was an audience that could see them, they could also hear them, and I didn't want the audience to be able to influence anything that happened in the event. So that's why I ultimately decided against having a live audience. Yo, the weirdo arrived. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, originally I was gonna have them like also gather down here. We were gonna like despawn the wardens or something, so it was safer. Which I do think we did despawn the wardens for the event. But anyways, 12 folks sign up for this death game. The rewards are really, really good. You either get a second life, which is basically guaranteed revival if you die. It's better than a totem because you don't need it in your hand. You just, just works. Could have done voice chat groups. I still wanted proximity voice chat between the contestants. That was important for the voting stage, which is also the stage I was most concerned about, like things. So that wouldn't have worked either. Unless we turned everyone into spectators. That's true, but then they could have like flown around in theory and spoiled themselves on things, so that also would not have worked super well. Yes, originally I was gonna let people in to this death game. The other reward is you could get a root of revival. It used to be a seed of revival, but we changed the last minute to root of revival because I couldn't find a good seed texture. So we just did root of revival instead. It also kind of rolls off the tongue with the alliteration, but that could bring back a player that had already died previously. And that was pretty much the only way to bring back a dead player in this event. So what I was gonna do was everyone had like their own thing. They'd go inside, and then once they inside, like this door would lock behind them, and then like these lights. So these are all lights. These lights would light up, and it'd be like, oh my gosh, they're inside. It'd be cool and awesome. And then I didn't have time to do that, so it didn't happen. And then he just like got rid of this whole section where I just teleported them in here, and then they just like sat in a circle because they had nothing to do. And then I teleported them directly into Club Sacrifice, which somewhere here, hopefully, because I have no idea where it is if it's not here. Yes, okay. So this is Club Sacrifice, and that version is the final version, but it's not reset. I'm just gonna go here for now. Guys, did you like see a name tag in there, or I don't know, scary stuff? Okay, so this is Club Sacrifice. The first competition of Club Sacrifice was called the Endless Dance Hall, and essentially the kind of gimmick of this is all you have to do is just kind of run to the end. There are 12 contestants, but count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 doors. 8 doors. So what would happen is I would say go. The glass up here would break, and they would just have to run for their lives. The kind of like intent of this was to like just honestly, the intent of the first really few games was not to have anyone die. I actually didn't expect anyone to die here. The S here is so nice. Thank you. I made this. Oh my gosh. I also made that. I freehanded this skull. I just want to say I freehanded this. Like this, no guide, me and my brain. Thank you. Yeah, I built this pretty much all by myself. Yes, no guide. Yar. I am kind of crazy. Like, I don't think I'd be able to recreate that. Slay Master Builder. Thank you. Yes. Also, do you like my floor? Ooh. Kind of cool. The infinity floor. Okay, sorry. We're a little off topic. So, you know what I really want to do too? I wanted to have like lights that would like light up on each contestant as they get introduced, but like also no time for that. That would have been cool. Anyways, so they would run, the lava would fall, and the important part, also the reflection looks so good. Do you see that with shaders? Ooh, the way it reflects. Okay, anyways, so everyone had, I think, 4 to 5 cobwebs, spider webs, and the intent was that they would like be like counting and be like, okay, there's 8 doors and 12 of us. Hosey, welcome in. And they'd be like, one of us, like 4 of us are gonna die. So they'd start like sabotaging each other. They'd use like spider webs to like stop each other, you know? Because that's what spider webs are for. But no, they like high-key didn't really count until the end. Which was kind of fine, but no one used the spider webs to sabotage one another. And really, like, truly, you were fine, because these doors are on the outside, and doors, as some of you may know, like protect you against from water, from drowning, but also from lava. So as long as you were in this block, like, you would have been fine. So I did consider making it so it's like the other way around, where it's like, okay, well, now I just ruined my thing, but yeah, I did consider making it like the other way around, where it's like it does close, but then there's like an extra gap where it's like the person on the inside has to let the person on the outside in, and then they could just choose not to let them in. And low key, I feel like I should have done that, but I was just concerned that people would just like die, because I again really didn't want anyone to die at this stage, because that would just be sad. And I also low-key didn't really want people to die in this event overall, unless they like hated each other, which then they could kill each other, but you're too nice. Okay, well, I don't know. I've just gotten a lot of backlash for killing people, so if you want me to be meaner, then I think it's time to accept your fates. But yes, this is this, and I'm gonna break this. No, not break that. Break this, so you can see my cool little redstone. Once they're like finished panicking, I'll be like, okay, you guys are safe. Open the door, and it opens one at a time. And like, ooh, imagine like the cinema of like people just like going through the door one at a time. I don't know. I feel like there's potential. Yeah. So this goes to the next area, which is the election hall. Again, the point of the elections was to just have people kind of start betraying each other and to create dissent amongst them, but the opposite happened, and instead it united the group of people. This honestly, the same thing happened in the playtest where everyone was just kind of too nice and everyone was just trying to find a loophole for the elections. But truly, like there was no loophole. Going to bed, guys. Have a good rest, Semi. Have a good night. But yeah, there really was no loophole. I was hoping players would like, go into corners and like plan on like, I hate this person, let's vote them out. I even made these bathrooms. Look, they're like mirrored. I worked so hard on this and no one used them because they were just all grouped up. Because teamwork, I guess. But look at my bathrooms. Look at my bathrooms. This is the female bathrooms because there's no urinals. And then this is the guy's bathroom. There's no labels though, but But yeah, it was still nice seeing them kind of like argue amongst themselves. But yes, they ultimately chose the path of teamwork, and there was not that much drama about voting. I'm surprised. During the playtest, people did get saved, actually. Even though they worked together, they did decide to save people, but here they tied all 3 votes. They tied all 3 rounds, and I think it still did start doing its job about like people like kind of introducing themselves at the very least, and folks kind of getting an idea of everyone else's personalities, which I think did kind of play into the later rooms. But I was hoping for a little more drama, a little more backstabbing early on. I think it was really rough because I think what I kind of changed was I started to really heavily promote during the event that it's possible for all players to live, and I think they really like held on to that and tried to like follow through with it. But because of that, I think yeah, they just didn't like hate each other as much. But on the other hand, the reason I did that, the reason I like kind of emphasized that was, one, because people were not joining because they were scared of joining. So I wanted to make it clear that like, oh yeah, like it's not that dangerous. So that people would actually join. And then and then also I didn't want people to like kill each other too much too early either. So I don't know. I maybe probably shouldn't have emphasized it enough, but I feel like the vibe is different during the event as well. Because I also didn't want it to be a PvP fest either, because really I think like that's not super entertaining. I wanted there to be definitely like the social aspect of it as kind of the primary kind of part of it. Everyone in V-Civ is just too lovely. That is true, yes. But honestly, it was still, I think, pretty intense seeing everyone work so hard together only to betray each other at the very end. Going through here, is my favorite room. This is called Pressure. And in both the playtest and the actual event, no one cared about Pressure at all. I'm so sad. Literally, there was no pressure, I guess. It was cool. Thank you. I don't think anyone experienced the true coolness of it though, so I hope this works. I don't know if it does. Okay, well that clearly does not work. So let me see if I don't think that one's even set. Smart, but they were too smart. Yeah. I wasn't meant to be like difficult to figure out. What it was supposed to be was I hope this works still. But what it was meant to be was that no one wanted to give away their netherite helmet. But like, I don't know, people were too willing. Like, I don't know, think about yourself. Like, there's still one more round. What if it's PvP? You know? Think about your save your netherite helmet. But people were too willing to give up their netherite helmet. So we beat this in like 30 seconds. Yeah. I think like the problem was like everyone was thinking of it as like a PvE thing almost, which again was probably because of how I framed it. But really it was meant to be like a more PvP kind of thing. And again, I was hoping for a bit more betrayals, but that's fine. You did have 2 people from the Dead Player server, yeah. I also gave too much time for this room. I wanted to adjust it, but I just didn't, again, have time to nerf this room. But yeah, it's basically the walls close in on players, and then they have to make a decision. Next time, I'm sure I'm just gonna have to let y'all sacrifice 2 people, I guess. And then the final round, which is the round I'm most proud of, was Blood Money. Essentially, the rules of Blood Money were pretty simple. Everyone was given 1 piece of blood money, except for the sacrifice player from the previous round, who was given 8 pieces of blood money. In all my previous testing, like in all the play tests, the sacrifice player did not get away with things. Maybe it's because the sacrifice player was Airy, and I don't know, Airy's too nice or something. I don't know, but somehow no one paid attention to the fact that they had 8 blood money. I don't know. That was pretty crazy. Because how it was meant to be, everyone would be like, okay, I have 1 blood money. That means we're all tied for last place because the person here has 8 blood money. So if I don't kill the person here, I will be killed. Yet no one thought of that for some reason. I don't know why. So truly, as the sacrifice, you were supposed to have the disadvantage, not the advantage, especially too, because you're like stuck here. You can't really fight back almost. You can't run away. I don't think you told the sign was right here. The sign was right here. I don't know what to say. The way everyone just believed he's on exactly. I don't know what to say. Like, what about the sign? I don't. Did everyone just like walk past it? It's okay. It was still fun. Very sad about the ending, but I think it was very intense. I do wish I'd given them more time. During the playtest, everyone complained that I gave them too much time, but I think I should have given them a little more time for things. But also, I'm not sure, because I feel like people were kind of just waiting for a while, and the only reason things started happening was because time was running out, which, by the way, the timer broke, which sucked. I still don't know why the timer broke. but you know, it's fine. I wish that. Yeah, I think the hard thing about the timer breaking was like that. I was streaming, but I was also Heike, the only one that knew how the timer worked, so I had to fix it, and I felt so bad. I was like top 10 worst cameramen for Club Sacrifice, but you know, you have traumatic moments in your life, and then you forget about them. Doesn't help that it's on the opposite side of the door. Yeah, so people were definitely here though. Like people definitely saw that sign. I don't think people missed it. They just like either ignored it or didn't speak up. So I'm not quite sure. But like to be fair, it was also a very intense kind of time. So that was okay. But yeah, really the kind of plan to start the chaos was Izant would die. There'd be now 8 blood money split across, or there'd be like, yeah, this 8 blood money would be split across like 11 people. So that means there would still be like 5 people who would die, assuming the best case scenario. And really the only way to like guarantee no one dies is if everyone like truly put their money in the shredder. But yeah, no one killed Izan, so there was never that mass panic. Or I think folks also just like didn't rather I think Gummy Gummy, my beloved, did not panic enough and kind of just accepted having 0 blood money, even though that would definitely guarantee that Gummy died. So I was kind of hoping whoever like was on the chopping block would speak up a little more and would be like at least a little desperate, you know, and maybe try to do something. But it's okay. I still think it was enjoyable. And I truly think that it's not like none of these situations are things you can ever really plan for. I feel like you have to make these kind of things a bit open-ended, and you just have to accept the risk that like folks won't follow through with kind of what you're expecting. So ultimately it is fine. But yeah, that was Club Sacrifice. I don't know if there's much to talk about build wise. This is the Club Sacrifice room. This was the shredder, so you had to open up a button here and on the other side to access the shredder. So I really want to make sure that it's like you kind of had to work as a team almost to like get in there. There was a maze down here just in case like there was any chasing going on, which in the playtest someone did get chased into the maze, which was drama. And then over here is like this kind of jail, not really jail, where you could kind of lock people in, but then it's like really easy to get out. You could like throw your blood money to get out, but then like it's kind of risky because then you don't have your blood money for a moment. But otherwise, like it's also easy for people to let you out. I don't know. I wasn't thinking too much about this, just like a little place of interest in case like there's more stuff happened. If everyone shredded their money, then everyone would have survived, but no one would have won. Hope Demo was doing well. In one of our playtests, like we just had the winner kill everyone else straight up, which in our playtest we gave them netherite swords, or rather I gave them netherite swords, and they just kind of killed each other too quickly because that's like a 2-shot. So I gave them helmets instead, which I think was kind of fine, but I think I should have extended the time they had to talk and discuss because of that, because like it would take a long time to kill anyone. Dr. PJ almost died, but they did not. think staff was just bloodthirsty. a bit. I think the betrayal in the staff team also ended up with a lot more kills. I do want to say, like, it was not too far off that everyone could have died in Club Sacrifice. If Gummy had not shredded their money, and if Cass had not given their blood money away, everyone would have been tied with just one blood money, and everyone would have died. Like, it was almost a 11 death game. It could have been. Happy almost 5 hours. Thank you everyone for sticking in here. But yeah, it was definitely, it could have been rough. So I know y'all are saying that Club Sacrifice was too easy, but like, if you think about it, it pretty much could have been a full wipe. I'm gonna go into spectator mode real quick. Let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, this is what would have became of anyone. The pressure. The voting area. There's this nice area. Oh my gosh, I worked so hard on the voting area and no one used it, which is fine. But I had like a balcony. Yo, I even had like this private room over here. It was like a double door sealed private room where it's like you could like talk in private, but no one used it. Didn't matter. And then there's like the bathrooms. Then these didn't matter either. No one used them. I don't even think anyone went into the bathrooms. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe I'll reuse this. I might actually reuse this set because it's nice. And the voting booths were kind of scuffed, but that's fine. It actually worked out that everyone kind of didn't vote because it meant I didn't have to stress about counting votes at all. So that was nice. But Yar, that was Club Sacrifice. Again, I think definitely might come back, might not. We'll have to see. Otherwise, I think that also kind of concludes today's stream. Again, same time tomorrow, but instead we'll be going over kind of a recap of the event, and then the day, maybe not the day after, but the next stream after that will be part 3 of the behind the scenes, where I'll be talking about the island as well as the structures. Wow. That was a lot. I hope you all enjoyed. I really do. Again, I'm not ever sure, how interesting this all is. Especially because I feel like I'm talking about it like it's a tutorial. Like, you all will be making your own Minecraft events, which maybe you will. Maybe you will. I feel like VSIF has inspired a few events, which is kind of amazing and scary, and you guys are the best for that. But yeah, thank you all again for being here. Let's see who we can raid out into. Okay. Yo! Wait! Why is my face like that? I just realized I'm looking up. I'm doing the Freeman pose. That's not enough? But yeah, wait, Envy, what's with the one check-in? Sigh. Envy, welcome in. Isn't it like, did you just wake up or are you still awake? Kind of hours for you. We were just talking about how tragic Gummy's death was in Club Sacrifice. R.I.P. Gummy. Envy, why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you tell people that you had a 0? Okay, you did tell people. Why didn't you beg for blood? Why didn't you kill someone? You should have killed someone. They killed Izan. They had 8 blood money. Oh my gosh, I was actually like kind of cheering up when I discovered your chest at the end. They're so loud and angry. I know I was scared. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. That is fair. They were loud and they were angry. I could see it. There were a lot of people there. Like it's scary speaking up. Okay. Let's see. I should have made Gummy more unhinged and murderous. Lack of understanding. That would have worked. Yeah. Who is streaming? He did technically eat someone as soon as he came to life. Wait, oh, I forgot. Yeah, that's how he got his clothes. Okay. Let's raid into Dark Side, who is supposedly playing Minecraft, but it doesn't look like he's playing Minecraft. Looks like he's playing Rivies. I don't know. Why is he playing Rivies? But Dark Side was in V-Gala. He played Dr. Dark ? And he built one of my favorite builds for the build competition. Let me just show you all, and then we'll end stream. It was like, guys, like this was like 100 brain. Where is it? Like when I put this two and two together and understood like what this build was a reference of, I was like actually shocked. You see this? Darkside made this for the first build day competition, and like, guys, it is the painting. It is the painting. And I think what's really peak for me is like in the painting, there's like the lighthouse in the background, and he just like has the actual lighthouse as the background. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, kind of insane. Really, the lighthouse was the cherry on top for me. I was like, oh my gosh, like he incorporated the scenery into this. Yar. Okay, but also I like didn't get it for a while, and I was like, why are there fish there though? I was like, the fish are kind of random, but then I remembered the painting had fish. After it was explained to me. But yes, everyone, go say hello to Darkside. If you're interested in joining VCiv yourself, we may or may not have another one. But you will need to join the. Oh, okay, that's a little like out of date. But you can join the Discord here. Otherwise, everyone, please give Dr. Dark a big milk raid. Thank you all for being here today. I hope you enjoyed. Very important. It was a long stream, okay? So you guys gotta make sure to eat some yummy food, get some good rest, and have a top tier rest of your life. Fix out.
手に見えますのはことざアルファセイベが左手に見えるのはシリウス星の指輪車掌は冗談走りの挨拶と笑い声乗せかけ出したミルキーウェイ予定の時刻通りメトロポリス汽車から見下ろす煙を出して愛想薄まく良くするために身を粉にして働く忙しすぎて